I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the Business Morning segment on The Breakfast Show right here on BusinessDay Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news story making the rounds in the world of business. The Debt Management Office has reported a strong show of investor appetite at its November 2025 auction of government bonds, with total bids reaching approximately 657 billion naira, representing more than 120% of the combined offer size of 460 billion naira. The auction was held on 24th November 2025, with settlements scheduled for today, 26 November 2025, featuring two reopened instruments, including a 5- and 7-year bond. The overwhelming demand for the 7-year bond, with bids of 509 billion naira versus the offer size of 230 billion naira, highlights investor preference for longer dated paper in the current environment. the near 2-time subscription ratio for the 7-year compared to the 5-year, which was undersubscribed relative to the offer, suggested investors are confident in holding longer maturities. And moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria says it has recovered about 2 trillion naira from legacy intervention programs after an internal audit uncovered a total intervention portfolio of 10.93 trillion naira and an outstanding balance of 4.69 trillion naira still unpaid. Governor Olayemi Cardoso revealed this in Abuja on Tuesday during the post-MPC briefing, saying the findings confirmed why the bank can no longer operate as a direct lender and has instead returned fully to orthodox monetary policy. The CBN said the outstanding exposure has effectively blocked the CBN from launching new interventions because expanding such programs now would risk destabilizing the economy again. In his words, years of intervention lending created serious distortions, weakened market discipline, and encouraged an attitude where beneficiaries treated public funds as non-repayable. Cardoso added that one of the biggest problems with past interventions was displacing the private sector from their core responsibility in development finance. And still on, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Tuesday presented a proposed 4.237 trillion naira budget for the 2026 fiscal year to the State House of Assembly. Security was heightened within and around the Assembly complex, with officers from the police, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, and the Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Corps stationed at major entry points. Members of the State Executive Council, local government officials, traditional rulers, and other guests attended the session, which was presided over by the Speaker, Mudashiru Obasa. Sanwo-Olu began his presentation of the budget tagged Budget of Shared Prosperity, emphasizing that the 2026 proposal was designed to promote shared prosperity and build a Lagos that benefits all residents. The governor said the budget is anchored on 4 strategic pillars: a human-centered approach, modern infrastructure, a thriving economy, and good governance. And to end the news, South Africa's financial system remains resilient despite global geopolitical tensions and rising debt risk, as local markets recover from earlier volatility and fiscal conditions improve. According to reports, global markets have shown strength since June, driven by technology and artificial intelligence stocks, with the South African equity market rebounding after U.S. tariff hikes in April. The South African Reserve Bank, in its biannual financial stability review on the health and resilience of the country's financial system, revealed that the Johannesburg All-Share Index reached an all-time high of almost 114,000 points this month. Government bond yields fell to 6-year lows on improved fiscal prospect, aided by lower inflation, removal from financial action task force grey list, a tighter inflation target, and a credit rating upgraded by S&P Global Ratings, the report showed. And still to come after the break, International Fraud Awareness Month, addressing Nigeria's growing online scam culture. To stay with us.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move to our first conversation for the day. This November marks International Fraud Awareness Month, a global reminder of the growing threat posed by online scams, identity theft, and digital fraud. But here in Nigeria, the conversation feels even more urgent. Online fraud is rising sharply, and young people are increasingly at the center of it, shaped by economic pressures, social media influence, peer dynamics, and a pop culture that often glamorizes quick money. What began as a few isolated cases has now expanded into a wider social trend with real consequences for families, businesses, and the country's digital reputation. As part of the global awareness campaign, Seller is launching the pilot edition of its Smart Also initiative, a school outreach program designed to equip students with digital safety skill while introducing them to ethical, sustainable ways to earn money online. This morning, we examine Nigeria's growing online scam culture, the forces driving it, and the solutions needed to build a safer, more responsible digital future for young Nigerians. And joining us to examine this is Sheyi Ogumbi Williams, is the Chief Operating Officer, Seller. Good morning, Sheyi. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Hello, good morning. It's a pleasure being here today.
All right, so let's go straight into it. Why is International Fraud Awareness Month especially relevant for Nigeria this year, given the rise in online scams?
I'd say it's quite timely for us in Nigeria because we're seeing, like you said, a rise in online scams, and this is being driven by social media, an increased adoption of digital payments, and most importantly, I would say economic pressure. This year in particular, fraud tactics have become even more sophisticated and more widespread, targeting not only just people, but even businesses. I remember just recently I saw a video where a very popular fintech celebrity, Fisayo Fusudo, was talking about how he himself was almost scammed just because of the level of sophistication. And if someone like that who is well learned, exposed, and familiar with everything tech and be raising an alarm that, oh, even I almost became a victim, we have to realize that there is a real problem.
What do you think are the key factors that are driving the surge in internet fraud, especially among young Nigerians?
I would say probably first and foremost, economic hardship. We can't deny the fact that today the economy is quite hard for everyone out there, but young people especially feel trapped, feeling like there are no legitimate ways for them to earn money and have a sustainable income. Another reason would be, say, digital exposure, because we know there is an increased usage of phones, internet penetration is at an all-time high, and I think also global platforms today are even providing tools and making it easier for people to learn and use all of these stuff. And then also things like cultural shifts, because one recurring theme I've seen from our outreach in secondary school is how, and not just from the secondary school, exposure to social media is how there is a rising anything for money mentality that is mostly fueled by pressure, glamorized lifestyle on places like Instagram, X, and Facebook, and also a lack of consequences at the end of the day.
So if you can agree with me, online fraud cases is actually evolving in the sense that there are different patterns. The pattern you see today is not the pattern you're seeing tomorrow or the pattern you're going to see next tomorrow. So how has this online fraud actually evolved from the isolated cases that we know into a broader social trend among youth, most especially?
Um, I think I would say it's online fraud has moved from something that was being hidden, because I remember before it used to be a case of those yao boys doing their things underground and just afraid to talk about it. So it's gone from being hidden to being normalized. There's been a general paradigm shift where even parents, unfortunately, are encouraging their kids to go ahead and perpetrate fraud. I've heard instances of mothers even buying laptops for their children to go learn how to do fraud. There are even houses that mentor kids in these sort of things. But I think it's mostly also peer pressure and lack of morals as well that is making it seem normalized today.
Extent do economic pressure and limited opportunities push young people towards cybercrime?
So I would say economic pressure is not necessarily an excuse, but while acknowledging it's a catalyst, when legitimate pathways feel slow or inaccessible for some youth, they look for shortcuts. But the deeper issue is not just poverty, I believe. It's also the perception that hard work doesn't pay. It's really sad because, yes, I heard many of these kids complaining about how, like, why would I be a doctor and face delayed salaries and all of that when I can pick up a laptop and bomb someone and cash out? So, unfortunately, it's just that mentality of hard work doesn't pay.
Now let's take it to social media validation. What role do you think, because you mentioned earlier that most of the things that push youth especially into involving in online crimes is social media validation and also peer pressure. So what role do all of this play in glamorizing quick money?
So social media does play a massive role today. We see people on Instagram today flashing expensive designer watches, clothes, taking luxury trips, flashy cars, but then there is no context to how that money was made. Or in some cases, they even are unashamed to talk about how they get that money. Also, I believe pop culture plays a role with music and influencers, oftentimes glamorizing or even praising illicit wealth. So when you combine that with peer pressure, you would see that there is a recurring loop of fraudulent success seems normal. Like it should even be admired and praised.
So would you say that young Nigerians fully understand the risks tied to online scam? And I mean both as potential victims and also as a participant.
I would say many actually don't, to be honest. As participants, you would see them underestimating the legal risk. For example, it'd be like, oh, EFCC catches me, I will just pay and I'll get out. But they are forgetting that there are also other consequences. For example, international blacklisting, a digital footprint that unfortunately never goes away. So these are some of the things that many of them underestimate. But also as victims, they don't realize how easily they can be targeted through things like phishing emails, like I mentioned earlier. Isaiah Fosudo complained about how he almost got scammed with a very, very legitimate looking email or fake investment schemes, for example. So I would say across board, but for those that perpetuate and the victims, awareness is low on both ends.
So how is the rise in youth-led cybercrime affecting Nigeria's digital economy and also businesses and our global reputation? How do you think it's affecting us?
I would speak from both a personal capacity and a professional capacity. From a professional capacity, unfortunately, trust is being eroded. We
Right.
have, for example, we play in the e-commerce space, and we have people losing confidence in purchasing goods online. Also, from a professional perspective as well, I'll talk about how we legitimate businesses in Nigeria are handicapped participating on a global scale. You have many international companies that will want to collaborate with, in some cases, even banks just deciding that they don't want to touch us with, like they don't even want to be involved with us, or in some cases, creating so many hurdles for us to jump just so that we can at least participate or collaborate with them. Reputation wise as well, and this is a little bit more personal. Nigeria's image has suffered globally. There are many instances where I would feel a little bit unashamed when a little bit ashamed when my international friends are talking about their experiences dealing with some Nigerians. So yes, across board, it's just bad for both businesses and also individuals.
So what practical steps do you think, families, schools, and even the community can take to strengthen digital ethics and also online safety for the young people?
I would say it starts with the families first because, once again, morals today are at an all-time low. So we need parents to go back to teaching their kids good moral values. Aside from that, parents should have open conversations with their children about money and online behavior. There are typically signs that you would see as a parent. It's easier for you to see a spot as a parent than it is for the community or even the school to pick up. But at the same time, schools also do have a responsibility where they're supposed to try to integrate digital literacy as much as possible into their curriculum. Things like online safety and also ethics, not just as theory, I should mention, but providing real practical world scenarios. Then lastly, communities. I think communities like ours especially, should just provide more mentorship opportunities and skill programs where young people can learn to earn money ethically online.
All right, so this is the interesting part. Seller is introducing the Smart Also initiative during this International Fraud Awareness Week. So what gap does this program aim to fulfill?
Okay, the Smart Hustle initiative is our response to what we see is a cultural problem. Um, we're trying to address it by tackling or providing certain skill set, but most importantly, financial literacy first and foremost. Many students don't understand how money works in the digital economy, so we find partners who are able to train them or at least provide a little bit more insight with them on better financial literacy. Also, we're tackling it from angle of digital ethics. Today, there isn't much structured guidance on online safety, fraud awareness, and responsible digital conduct in general. So we're trying to provide training in that regard, or sensitization at the very least. But most importantly, we are showing students today that there are legitimate pathways to making money online. You don't need to perpetuate fraud. So I usually would try to like break it down into their language when I'm talking to them, but you just don't need to go and scam people to make money online. That same energy, that same brain power, that same intelligence you're using, you can channel it into better things, from digital skills, entrepreneurship, content creation, basically anything. So with the Smarter Hustle initiative, we're trying our best to meet our these students where they are before the fraud culture reaches them.
All right, so how do you think initiatives like Smart Also can help redirect young Nigerians towards ethical and sustainable ways to earn money online and also build a safer digital future?
I think one of the most important things we're doing is trying to demystify the myth of quick money. We Through the Smart Hustle initiative, we at Seller show real consequences of fraud and the hidden smart work behind successful creators that we have on our platform or might not have on our platform. Also, we're trying to equip students with real skills, real digital skills, skills they can easily monetize. At least that's the plan long term, working together with more partners. But also, we're trying to let them know that there's still 9 to 5 careers, legitimate 9 to 5 careers that you can also focus on to make money. I would typically give myself as an example, or we have other professionals like lawyers or doctors. Come talk to them, remind them that, hey, go to school. Hard work pays. Look at me today, a graduate of economics with a 9 to 5. Yes, I may have started at the bottom of the pyramid, but with time, continued development, I have also grown and I am also passionate out.
All right. Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Seyi Ogunbi Williams is the Chief Operating Officer, Seller. It was really good to have you on Business Morning.
Thank you very much for having me once again. Just have a great day.
All right. So still to come after the break, non-profit leaders driving community-based poverty solutions. After this break. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
Now, welcome back to the second conversation on Business Morning this morning. Across Nigeria, non-profit leaders are stepping into critical gaps, designing community-based solutions that address poverty where it is felt most. From food security and education to financial empowerment and skills development, these organizations are creating models that are practical, locally driven, and sustainable. As economic pressures deepen and vulnerable communities face rising costs, the role of nonprofits has become even more important. Their work goes beyond charity. It focuses on long-term empowerment, community engagement, and solutions that reflect local realities. This morning, we spotlight the nonprofit leaders driving these community-based poverty interventions, the challenges they face, and the innovation that are helping transform lives at the grassroots. Joining us this morning is Chidima Makwachuku. She's the Executive Director, Novolai Girl Child and Empowerment Foundation. Good morning, Chidima. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning. How are you? Nice time.
I'm very well. All right, let's go right into it. What does community-based poverty solutions mean in practical terms, and why are they so critical in today's Nigeria?
Exactly, my judge. You know, Nigeria is multi-diversified. That to handle its issue, it has to be a community-based poverty solutions. So that means engaging directly with communities to understand their specific challenges and leveraging local resources, you know, talent, knowledge, skills to create sustainable development initiatives, because our problems differ. And particularly in Nigeria, it's so particularized. So you have to go to the community, you have to engage with the community, you have to understand this challenge before you tell all the solutions. And like I said, it's critical because Nigeria's diverse socio-economic realities require localized responses that can address the root cause. And the fact that we are so many and we are multi-diversified, the challenge in Southwest is different from the challenge in Northeast, it's different from the challenge in North Central, it's different from the challenge in Southeast. So when it comes to Nigeria, it's so critical and very crucial that it has to be a community-based poverty solution to any problem you want to tackle. If not, you will miss handling that challenge and miss bringing solution to that particular community or region or state or whatever.
All right, from your experience, what are the biggest drivers of poverty in the communities you serve?
Yes, my dad. The most important thing, the key driver is lack of access to education, because an empowered mind is an empowered nation. So when a mind is not enlightened, a mind is not oriented, there is nothing about having the best of life, having the best environment, having sustainable solutions that the person can think of. So lack of that access to quality education, it's one of the key drivers of the issues we are having. And another thing is the healthcare. Free access to medical health care that will make people to have stable mental state, because it's when a state is mental, when your health is what would I put it, you are on a very stable mental state. That is when you can think, you can look and notice there is a problem, identify the problem and start looking for solution. So away from that, we see situations of unemployment, especially among youth and children. And poor infrastructure is also there. Limited to can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. Please carry on.
Yeah, limited access to capital for small businesses too. You know, SMEs. We also have systematic barriers like gender inequality, social protection systems. These are they are the main subject hindrances to our nation's fast development. Like in my foundation, we are tackling education as regards to the girl child. And tackling education as regards to the girl child, we have to extend it to the male, to put it all together to the youth. Because you now found that, yeah, we have over 7.6 million Nigerian girls that are out of school. But in totality, we have close to 15 million youths. And that's the largest in Sahara Africa, which is very bad as a nation. So, like I said, an empowered mind, that's the basic thing. once a mind is empowered, that's when the mind can say, oh, there's a problem here, we need to address it. And the mind can start thinking on solution. So that lack of access to quality education is giving us a very huge problem. As a nation, as a society, as a giant of Africa, we tend to be or we are, and free access to medical health care. Exactly. And once our mental health is within the right proportion and we tackle unemployment, these key barriers, I believe they will be a question of the past.
All right, so yeah. How do non-profit organizations identify the unique needs of each community and then tailor the interventions accordingly?
Thank you on this. You know, there's this experience I had with working with government, and it really did help me with my NGO. But the first thing you do is to engage in need assessment. As an NGO executive or director, you're working, whether as a volunteer, you have to go to that community to engage in a need assessment. And that assessment has to involve the community members, leaders, and stakeholders within that particular environment. That is where you will be ascertain and identify, okay, there is a problem. When you do that need assessment to ascertain the problem, you now have data collection. Either you use survey or you use focus groups, or you hold town hall meetings, or you do interviews to back it up. Yes, there's a problem, and this data is showing exactly how it is, how bad it is, and how hectic interventions or solutions.
Okay.
So, yeah, and how hectic interventions and solutions are needed. Then you now come back to bring all stakeholders. You have dealt with the local ones. You bring the local government. You bring the state. You bring the national stakeholders for them to also see with you the problem, and that you have backed it up with the data. And then all of you will sit down to craft out intervention that must be responsive. What is this?
So, you know, many non-profits, they focus on empowerment rather than handouts. So what strategies are proving most effective in creating long-term impact? Is it empowerment or is it handout?
To be honest with you, it has to be empowerment, because when you do handout, the development or the solution you're trying to bring, it's not sustainable. And that we, because one thing I always tell people about project and program is, as you want to impact, what is the phases of implementation to ascertain the sustainability and continuity of the solution you want to bring? Because Nigerians, we are used to surface level intervention. We do it just like that and everybody goes away. That's not how it should be. So if you want to work on skill training, you work on it over a period of time in phases, so that the skill will imbibe into the individuals. You monitor them as they start their own. You check, is either you give a 6 months or 1 year plan, or you do 2-year plan to back it up, to make sure these people are good to go, they can stand on their own. Then if you're involving financial literacy programs, the same thing, follow it up with monitoring and evaluation. And I think people should go more with skill training, financial literacy programs, give them micro funding, and or create a saving group so that they can empower each other economically, whatever solution you are bringing. So as you bring the solution, you have a backup, so that they, when they have exhausted what you have given to them, they can sustain themselves with a saving group that you have created for them. And coupling it with mentorship, yeah, very, very, very important for both their professional and their personal growth. And that will make them to create resilience, self-reliance. Yeah, so that you have tried for them, you have built local capacity, and they can sustain themselves and scale the gains independently that you have put inside that community or within that region that you brought a solution to.
So what challenges do non-profit leaders face when working directly at the grassroots level? Is it funding? Is it access policy barriers?
My dear, funding is a constant challenge. Funding volatility is a constant challenge for non-profit, especially if you don't have something to back it up that you're doing, right? I remember having a conversation with a friend. He was telling me, your organization should be having 30%. Don't carry all your money and put there, right? Because I have a consultant firm, I do my work. So out of it, I use my CSR to back up my NGOs. So funding volatility is a constant challenge for anybody that is passionate to help. and making sure that the program you are impacting, there is continuity. That's the sustainability issue. Once it's not engaged, then the earlier established factors or whatever solution you want to create, it won't last. And we also have logistics and reaching out to remote areas, accessibility. Yeah, institutions where maybe they don't have access to road infrastructure, a situation where you now have these security issues that you have to be on virtual calls to know what is going on there. Like we have the insecurity issues now in KB. Thank God the girls are back. They thank God that the security people put in effort to bring the girls back. Some of my girls that are under our programs, not that particular location that the kids were kidnapped from, but some of the girls that are under my program, we have to put on calls because I can't go there physically, right? It's only the volunteers that are there that can give me feedback. And I call the parents of the beneficiaries to know what exactly is going on with their schools. So these are the issues. Additionally, I think complex policy environment is another issue, right? I have an experience where I was working on, that's my project sent 37,000 girls back to school. I was advocating, for girl child education. And I was told by, top stakeholders, hey, this thing you want to do in northern Nigeria, it's not going to work. And to be honest, the hindrances are there because they don't believe in your centering your attention on the girl child. They feel like if you prioritize the girl child, you're going against some religious belief, that kind of thing. So, but when you have policy in states that position the girl child to be on a sustainable development part of the SDG goals, the state, the government itself, and the committee or the state economic council believing on the girl child and putting in policies with the National Assembly, their laws, to make sure that the girl child is prioritized. Efforts like what my NGO is doing will not face hindrances. You will have free will to even come to the schools to, how would I say, to meet principals or meet head teachers. Because the scenarios where you want to meet them, you're talking about, hey, please, we need 50 girls from this town. And for what? You want to send them to school. As how?
Divine. Still have you? I guess we lost her for a minute. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if we can still connect with Chidima. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity. Insight and driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
All right, welcome back. This is still the Business Morning, and we still have Chidima with us in the studio. Chidima, before we went on that break, you were trying to explain to us what the biggest, or you explained to us what the biggest challenges are when it comes to non-profit leaders, and you emphasize on funding being one of the most challenged. Now, moving forward, how important is community participation in achieving sustainable outcomes, and how do you ensure that people are part of the process?
Exactly. When the community doesn't own the project you're trying to bring to them, it doesn't work, because they are the people who are going to tell you, hey, I'm using, for instance, my own project. They're going to tell you the kids are not coming to school. They are the teachers look at what is going on there, look at the problem at the school. So first, the community has to own that project. You have to, how would I put it, foster ownership with them, come to them, explain the problem, tell them the solution you're bringing to them, and also tell them how it's going to impact their life. And also, if possible, what I also do is try to do small empowerment or medium-sized empowerment for the community. So like you are targeting the girl child, you have to do something for the community too. So what I do manual borehole. They now know, hey, is this people that did manual borehole that is sending our children to school? Oh yeah, you do not go to school. And they share their numbers with us. So we call them, you people, your family, you are not going to school. So you don't only get feedback from the schools or the proprietor or the principal, you also get feedback from the community members because you have done something for them. So the most important thing is let them own it and let them understand the impact of whatever project you are bringing to them. That will help you to navigate that area, because you are from a particular region and you cannot be everywhere. So you need that ownership. You need how would I put it? Let me use the word ownership. Yeah, that ownership and making sure the locals accept the solution you are bringing. By that way, whatever project non-profit organizations are bringing, can we just scale through within that environment?
All right, can you share an example of a program or initiative that has significantly improved livelihood outcomes in a community?
Exactly. I'll use Maya as an instance. Yeah, though we are doing on a small scale base, our target is 37,000 girls, sending them back to school, but we ended up having 350, right? Within our database, yeah, funding issue also there at the same time. But at least we are able to have, let's say, even if it's 5% impact, it's something. And that's for the primary and the secondary. Now, the tertiary aspect of it, we even post graduates, we are having situations where we are sending the students to go for law schools that couldn't get our children specifically. So I think I always tell people, even if it's 2%, even if it's 3%, impact, do something. Make sure there's an impact. That's the most important thing. So that's not only improve the girls, that also relieve the families of the financial responsibility. That also relieved the nation of the financial responsibility of the 350 girls. That also relieved their community of the issue that they're seeing these girls littering around, they're not going to school. And our girls are going to school, because once a girl child is empowered, forget it. You don't know what's inside that girl. You don't know the future. You don't know the destiny. But just give that child quality education. One thing about people with experience I have is you never can tell. You never can tell the next president among them. You never can tell the next governor. And they are so brilliant. Once you start giving them the best education, you see them. You see their skill. You see their potential coming up. So the most important thing is let your impact be sustainable. Yeah, let it be sustainable, and do as much as you can. Yeah, the funding will be an issue, a lot of issue, environmental issue, policy issue, logistics, the remote areas, accessibility, but just the little you can do it. Thank you.
All right. Partnerships are becoming more important between non-profit, government, and the private sector. So what kind of collaborations make the most difference from your experience?
Yeah, collaborations of solutions that are trying to handle challenges, persistent challenges. Pardon me. So, like in Nigeria, our challenges differs, and per region. First, you have to identify, back it up with data, do your lead assessment, back it up with data. If it's in education, if it's in climate, if it's in environment, if it's in the youth, if it's among young women, if it's among the male, back it up with data. You now come and approach the government or approach development partners or approach CSOs that believe in the same vision. Whatever partnership you are going for, it has to be with people that believe in that vision. First, do your back-end check, understand what they have been doing before. The partnership, you must, before you take up a challenge to handle and break up a solution, you must be sure that you have at least 70%, how would I put it, funding in cases. I always tell people have 70%. So if you are reaching out for the partnership, they might be coming in for technical support, because a lot of people will be telling you, oh, we don't have funding, we don't have funding. I'll be like, okay, give me your technical support on this. I need extensive data collection on what is going on here. I'm doing a research, like recently I'm working on a research on the boy child in Anambra State on why is there not integration in the education level? Why are they after primary 6? You check the people that went to primary 6, it's not that same percentage that finished JSS3. It's not that same percentage, sorry, that finished SS3. It's not that same percentage that go into university. So where are the boys going to? Okay, if they're going for apprenticeship, how is the integration there? So that's a different work, okay, because I feel like I've over the years, the past going to 9 years, I've been concentrating on the girl child. Okay, I want to check the education integration of the boy child, starting from my state Anambra. So if you want to do that kind of thing, you have to make sure, right, that kind of research work, that's need assessment indirectly. So I'm trying to gather a need assessment, have the best data that I got by myself, physically, with volunteers. Of course, I'm going to pay data analysts at the same time. So when you have this data, you now approach the government, you're coming to them with effort. You have proved something. You have identified a challenge, and you are bringing solution, and you have backed it up that this solution must be imbibed. There is a DNA, something is going wrong here. So this is the kind of partnership I believe non-profit, when they are ready to work, we do extensive back check, need assessment, have your data, have your facts, you don't approach partners for partnership. By then, anybody that sit down with you, understand extensively how you have gone to cross-check back and forth, will be like, yes, this has to be supported. So that's all I can say.
All right, so finally, before I let you go, Chidima, what needs to change? Do you think the policy needs to change? Do you think it's the funding structure or community engagement itself? And what needs to change for Nigeria to accelerate meaningful progress against poverty?
Exactly. The approach of intervention needs to change. Shallow, surface level intervention is not what we need in Nigeria again. Yeah, let's say you want to impact the youth. And let me give an example. And you have in the northern Nigeria, we have the market that needs serious intervention. Because if us and the southerners are our parents are trying to train us, giving us the best education, if their marginaries and knowing the populations are not in school, doesn't have orientation upstairs, doesn't know what's going on as regards to quality education, doesn't know their left or right, their mental state is not stable, whatever we read in the South, they are going to be and I'm sorry to say it, they're going to be our enemies in the future. Yeah. So that kind of challenge is there. What do you do? Yeah, their Sharia law and the rest had some religious deficit to them. But good. Make sure in each community that as you are building their Sharia school, the curriculum has a bit of understanding the Nigerian education curriculum inside it, so that whatever you are teaching the Southerners, a little bit of it, they have it in there. Make sure that these boys or girls are not on the streets. They hawk, that's why I say religious issues, because they believe there are this category of them that should be hawking, and there is this category of them that should be the rich, and there's this category, the rich one are to be taking care of the poor people. I did an extensive research to understand that system and how it works. Now, knowing fully well this is what they believe in, empower these kids with skills while in primary school that will keep them busy, not to go and hawk on the streets. So you are not just teaching them book, read, do assignment, come back, mark their book. You are imbibing skills in what they are doing. That's a sustainable approach. You're looking at 10 years from now. So when a child is in primary school but knows how to do plumbing work and carpentry work, a girl knows how to bake, and she knows I can bake and make good money, there's no need carrying a plate and go to the street to go and hawk. So if you change the orientation from the infantry, from the small age, and you're able to integrate it from the primary 1 to primary 6, from the JS1 to SS3 with skills, they don't just do homework training and go back to their houses. No. You encourage them. Teach your parents. You do it. You can even sell what you do. Provide them with raw materials. I'm talking about the northern region, and that I'm using them as an example. Indirectly, I know it's a very critical situation, but indirectly, you are bringing down that motivation to go and hawk, because it's in their religion that some people, some percentage of them should be hawking or begging for money, and the rich should be giving them the money. Indirectly, the orientation you are giving the kids itself, Elias, you can make it on your own. You don't need to go out on the street and put a bucket and be begging people for money. So when we want to tackle issues, it has to be sustainable. It has to be issues that we know that, hey, we're looking at 10 years from now, 20 years from now. Exactly. So that at the end of the day, we save our nation and save those ones that we think that in the southern part of Nigeria that are reading, they will go to the state, and they will go to the state.
Okay, Chidima, I have to hold your thoughts there because we're pressed with time. Thank you so much for your insight on the Business Morning Show this morning. We're on to Chidima Makwachuko. She's the Executive Director, Novelai Girl Child and Empowerment Foundation. It was really an insightful section with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, BusinessDay. Thank you so much.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning, International Fraud Awareness Month. We looked at addressing Nigeria's growing online scam and culture and non-profit leaders driving community-based poverty solutions. But before we go, I'm going to give my take on addressing Nigeria's growing online scam culture. As we mark International Fraud Awareness Month, it's becoming increasingly clear that Nigeria's online scam culture is no longer a marginal issue. It has grown into a widespread social trend driven by economic pressure, digital exposure, peer influence, and a pop culture that too often glamorizes quick money. But the rise in youth involvement is the most concerning. It signals not just financial desperation, but also a serious gap in digital ethics, online literacy, and the support system young people need to navigate today's online world responsibly. Tackling this challenge goes beyond policing and punishment. It requires early education, stronger digital awareness, and real opportunities that show young people their legitimate path to success, paths that don't compromise their reputation or their future. If Nigeria is to curb this growing problem, we must invest in prevention and in shaping a digital culture built on integrity, responsibility, and also informed decision-making. Awareness is the first step, but building safer digital habits among our youth is the real work ahead. And the Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourself a beautiful morning.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
Command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the Big Story segment right here on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. And we turn our focus to the Nigerian health system, which is once again in turmoil as resident doctors embark on a prolonged strike, accusing the government of failing to honor long-standing commitment. The situation has been worsened further as the Joint Health Sector Unions and the Assembly of Healthcare Professionals Association have also down-tooled. As things stand, private hospitals are overwhelmed, leaving patients in trauma, even as families struggle to save their loved ones. Today, we examine why this crisis keeps reoccurring and what it will take to finally stabilize Nigeria's healthcare sector. And joining us on the show today to provide an explanation for action and how it can be resolved is Dr. Mohammed Usman Suleiman, is the National President of the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD. You're welcome, Dr. Suleiman.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. What are the core issues that pushed resident doctors into the latest strike, and which of this remains unresolved today?
Thank you very much. There are myriads of issues. You are aware our ultimatum carried, and eventually the strike notice carried 19 items on our demands, which were initially the minimum demands required to suspend the action. NEC, National Executive Council, appraised the situation last week and limited the items to 7 + 1. These outstanding 7 issues, one, is the issue of the entry level of doctors to the civil service. At some point in the last 12 years, it was agreed upon that COMMES 3 will be the entry level for medical doctors, medical officers, and residents into the civil service. Somehow this year, it became apparent that waivers that were being dished out to hospitals to employ doctors came with COMMES 2. That is 100 and 50,000 naira less in that salary as an entry level for doctors. We also had have the issue of promotion areas. People have been promoted medical officers from 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. Their promotion areas have not been paid. We also have salary areas. These are salary areas ranging from 4 months to 20 months in different hospitals. University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital, Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital Complex in Ife, Federal Medical Center in Owo, UUTH in Uyo, Federal University of Health Science Teaching Hospital in Otukpo. You even have Benue State University Teaching Hospital that has a 20-month salary areas owing the state, the state government. This has remained unresolved. Now, we also have the issue of the professional allowance table. Now, that professional allowance table, 2014, we had a collective bargaining agreement with the federal government, wherein we agreed whenever minimum wage is affected or is adjusted, it affects the basic salary on the comment structure. Now, by that, it also affects the allowances on the comment structure. From 2019, all the adjustments made to the basic salaries because of the 30,000 minimum wage, the 70,000 minimum wage, and even the 25% adjustments did not affect the professional allowances for doctors. Now, unfortunately, a meager 1.7% was added. Now, let me put this in perspective. It meant that in the last 7 years, the allowances being paid to doctors in Nigeria is about just 45 to maybe 50 or 60% of what ought to be the actual allowance. And we still kept on working. And then this year we woke up, the basic salary is now being reduced by about 150,000. Then when you now juxtapose it against all these promotion and salary areas that are coming, that are piling up, you now begin to wonder, what frame of mind do you want the doctor to be in? Now, the more germane issue is work hour. What do I mean by the work hour? You come to work Monday in the morning by 8 o'clock. Today is Wednesday. Let's use today. By 8 o'clock, you do your normal civil service till 4. By 4, you're on call. You continue with that call duty from that 4 till 8 tomorrow morning. You now continue your civil service job from 8 to 4. That's 32 hours of work. You now continue with another call. This is the situation in most, not all, most Nigerian hospitals. That then down means that the work you are doing is in excess. Sometimes you can be on those calls for 3, 4 days, 5 days, 1 week. We have doctors in this country that are continuously on call for the entire month. I've given example in FTA Lokoja, the orthopedics department with Dr. Yomi and Dr. Victor Audu. These are living souls that practically are living in the hospital for the entire month. Now, my own treasurer is the only senior registrar in the plastic surgery department of his own hospital. He has been the only one on call since February. You know, so you can imagine the days that you're putting into work, the exhaustion, the burnout, people fall sick, people die, people driving home from after these exhaustive long calls have accidents and have lost their lives. People have collapsed during ward rounds only to realize they've bled into their brains. People have gone home to sleep after this exhaustive call and they never woke up. You know, so you now look at those incentives that are supposed to encourage the worker, the doctor to continue, and you see how it is piling up to a point where you begin to wonder, are you really appreciated? What are you doing? Is this slavery? You know, at some level, doctors are not machines. At some level, that will play. At some level, when you're deciding critical, difficult, complicated cases that require your full attention, at some level, you're bound to make errors. Now, when you make those errors, it's not enough for the laws of man to catch up with you. The laws of God will catch up with you. Then, is it fair for you to allow Nigerians to be exposed to this type of a tired, angry, hungry, frustrated, uncompensated, improperly remunerated doctor is a dangerous doctor? That is the stark reality. Now, juxtapose that against the reality of 5 of our colleagues in Lokoja have been unjustly terminated. They were union leaders fighting for the rights of their members to address some of these issues that right now we are currently on action for. And one panel was formed, one query was given, the next step was taken, albeit questionably, and then they were unjustly terminated. That is a hospital that has 89 consultants, but only 32 resident doctors. And we all know it is these resident doctors that are in the front line of taking these calls and doing these duties. There's also the matter for our professional advancement, the membership certificate, of which the specialist status has been stripped of it. So one wonders what happens to career progression. Now, when you look at all of this, we have engaged government. Discussions have happened. Positions have been taken. We are asking government, let us finalize these processes on what we have agreed on. We've had agreements. Why are these things recurrent? 3, 4, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we've had agreements on all these issues. There's nothing that we're talking about now that is new. After those agreements, okay, don't go for any action. The last time we were on an action is more than 3 years ago. Don't go on an action, we will sort it out. And then a few weeks, few months down the line, you're still facing the same issues. And then it culminated to this. Now, it's not as if this strike came out of nowhere. Sometimes in September, there was a warning, 2 weeks notice was given. We arrived at the AGM. At that AGM, a 30-day notice was given. After that 30 days, another 1-week extension was given. And it's not as if we just went home and sat down. No, we were running from pillar to post, calling the attention of people who are supposed to handle these issues, to handle these issues. Unfortunately, it has led us here. Now, like I said, there were 19 issues. NEC looked at it and said, okay, this thing is prolonging. Can we make it 7? Can government urgently handle these 7? What are these 7? Reinstate the Lokoja 5. Clarify the entry level. Sort out the promotion areas, sort out the salary areas. That's 4. Ensure that the membership certificate gets its status. Take care of the upgrade levels. Now, this issue about the upgrade, people who pass their exams, they are supposed to be upgraded to the next available grade level, and they are not. We are now told you have to come to Abuja because of some errors. Now, when you come to Abuja, they are overwhelmed. They don't do the upgrade. People stay for months to even. In fact, there are those more than a year now. They are due for even another upgrade. So they've missed out on 2 promotions. The areas are still counting. And next said, handle these 7 issues. I am happy we are reporting progress on them. We are in the process of finalizing these 7. And I would hope that when we finalize them, it will be a finality. We will agree on it. Actions will be put to implement. So
right, Dr. Suleiman, before we talk about the process of having to finalize the agreement, I'm glad that you're able to explain to us why the agreements between doctors and government, have consistently have had a breakdown. But let's look at the severe impact of the strike on emergency care, surgeries, and also patient outcomes across public hospitals. You've explained to us why this strike is there in the first place and the impact that it's having on doctors as to why this strike is necessary. But let's look at the severe impact of the strike on emergency care, the surgeries, and also the patients. What are the outcomes across public hospitals?
I think public health experts will agree with me that when you want to deliver healthcare services, 2 factors are basic in terms of delivering them: infrastructure and then the manpower. When you don't have these, what you are effectively creating is a system that hurts rather than cure. Is a system that breaks down those that are in need rather than help, which is what we have here now. The infrastructure has been upgraded, but the workforce has simply been not protected, not properly compensated, not adequately encouraged to continue working. So what are you creating? Are we really sure that we want these patients to be attended to by doctors who are exhausted, who are burnt out, who are dying by the day? So let's not make it a competition about who suffers more or what is the public health impact. Rather, let us focus on what needs to be done so that doctors will be at the point of executing their duties. Remember, work should work for the worker, not just government. Also remember, the responsibility for protecting lives and properties rests with government. Government is supposed to provide the adequate tools to ensure that we are there. Now, what is the easiest solution to sort out the myriads of problems we have had over 10 years with respect to doctors in Nigeria? Remember, I've quoted this before. We had 25,000 resident doctors 10, 12 years ago. Today, we just have about 11,000. 11,000. What happened to the rest? They've either left or they are in Nigeria, but out of the government system. MSF, an NGO, recently advertised looking for 100 doctors. They got all the 100 doctors. Our own government has advertised over 20,000 positions, of which majority are clinical positions. From January till date, those positions have not been filled. Why? because the government has not prioritized the welfare of our members. There is what is known as collective bargaining agreement. This is the platform upon which government will sit down with unions and talk about what it is the remuneration will be moving forward. The last time that happened in the health sector and for doctors was in 2014. 3 months ago, it was agreed that we convoke another collective bargaining. And we thank God, government convoked it and said it will last 3 weeks. After the first week, events stalled. This is the third month that collective bargaining has not been met. Some of the demands we have on our list were used as reasons why the collective bargaining cannot continue. It's the same government. Sort it out, then we focus on the collective bargaining. We're not even saying complete the collective bargaining now. Now, let me even tell you another danger. We'll continue the collective bargaining if we are going to continue from now. We will not be able to finish it probably this year. Then next year will come, they will tell us we didn't budget for it. So you have to wait. You have to be patient until 2027. This is how agreements break down. And then you could understand the frustrations. Now sum up all these frustrations that doctors have, and then tell me, do we honestly think that these will offer the best efforts in terms of patient care? Let us not step over the argument and make it seem as if, okay, we've handled this, we've talked about this, now let us talk about the other side of it. It doesn't solve the problem. Now, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has always been a willing partner to talk. After all, the two presidents before me never embarked on these welfare-related issues on strike. They kept talking and agreeing and signing agreements and extracting commitments. Those commitments never materialized. Now, we're at this point. I think it is important we itemize how we finalize. The NEC made it very clear. Sort out, 19 is no longer on the table, 7 is on the table. Sort it out and we move forward.
Are those specific commitments that the government must meet for the immediate call off the doctor strike?
Yes, release the professional allowance table. That has been done. And I appreciate government for doing it. We're still going to engage them in terms of when they will start implementing so that those adjustments, because it's not a salary increment, it's an adjustment of a past error. That table has been released. We're very grateful for that. The entry-level problem, that's the skipping problem. I am sure maybe today, tomorrow, we'll put that to rest. Once we put that to rest, you see that is second issue of the table. We're just waiting for a response in terms of our demand from the Ministry of Health on that. The upgrade issue, we're expecting a letter to get to the Accountant General's office calling the attention of the Director IPPS, so that someone will be assigned to sit down and upgrade all these people. 1 year, 2 years, they've not been upgraded, for them to be upgraded. And then we'll begin to talk of the backlog of their salary areas. We're expecting a letter from the Federal Ministry of Health compiling all the promotion areas, compiling all the salary areas to the Office of the Honorable Minister for Finance and the DG budget, so that they will give us a payment plan. Look at even what we are saying. We're not saying drop the alerts now in their accounts. We're saying give us a payment plan that we can both agree on, then stand by it. That is issue number 4. We're looking at our 5 members in Lokoja. We're asking for their reinstatement. I don't want to go into the detail. Let's not debate that. A lot of errors went down how they were terminated. We are happy to report that the committee, saddled with the responsibility of reviewing these cases, has submitted its report to the Federal Ministry of Health. Let us see what is in that report. Let us see the implementable parts of those reports. Let us even see how we implement the whole of the report. I am waiting to see the report. I've not yet seen it, but I'm happy to report that they have submitted it. Let us take it to a finality. There's also the issue of the membership certificate. That conversation is still ongoing. That conversation has not progressed significantly by that end. And I think the 7th issue is the issue of the work hour. Now, an advisory has come from the Federal Ministry of Health to chief executives. There are no specifications. Nothing specific has been clearly said in it. It's just said, don't allow them to take prolonged calls and make sure they take breaks in it. We're still looking into that. Even if that is what is on the table, let us take these things to a finality. If we're able to finalize all these things today, the National Officers Committee will have no other option than to call the National Executive Council. Hey guys, you asked us to go after these 7 issues in place of the 19 issues. We have gone after. This is what government has been able to do. Now, if you take it as it is now, they will begin to ask you, okay, what is Ministry of Health's position on this? Has this letter been submitted? when is this arrears going to be paid? Has this calculation complete? So you need a finality to all of that, so that when we move on from all of this, there's no coming back. And I can tell you, coming back to these issues has happened over time. It has eroded trust between associations, not just with our parent body, but associations generally in Nigeria. You know, there's a question of trust between it and leaders in government. So I'm happy to report progress is being made. I won't shy away from that. Let us take it to a finality so that we don't revisit the issues back again.
Finality. I'm actually an advocate for long-term reforms and not the short-term one. So what would you say would ensure long-term reforms to stable the industrial relations and also totally end the cycle of repeated strikes in the health sector?
To be honest, when we agree on things, if for instance today we finalize these issues and in the MOU we're signing, we write there that NAD, in view of this agreement, will convoke a National Executive Council meeting with a view to suspending the strike or calling of the strike action. It is beholden on us to make sure we live by that, to make sure that the next action we take is to summon the National Executive Council and live and honor what we have signed in paper. In the same vein, people in government, when you agree on something, it doesn't even have to reach the point of signing papers. When you agree, implement them. But you agree on something that is urgent, that requires to be sorted out in a week or two. You'll be told diplomacy, talk, advocate. You come back 1 month still talking about that issue. You come back 6 months still talking about that issue. You come back 1 year still talking about that issue. Then when you begin to agitate, you're not termed as being irresponsible or unreasonable. So that erodes trust. Do we want lasting solutions? Let us trust each other. Let us be able to hold each other at our own word. For instance, if you tell Nadites today in this country that the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister for Finance, Chief Wale Edun, has said, I will pay you these promotion arrears by January 2nd. I am telling you, Nadites will go to sleep. If it comes after January 2nd, I am sure he is going to be able to convince you this is the reason why. So that is the trust needs to be built. It also needs to be earned. Respect is reciprocal. After all, some of the people leading these establishments of government are senior colleagues, they are teachers, they are parents to us. So the relationship is deeper than you thinking we're actually having a fight when we lock ourselves in. No, there's a respect level that we give. Respect is reciprocal, it is earned. Let us learn to trust each other. It's the only appeal I can make as a union leader. I can't begin to imagine that I have the experience to tell government officials, this is how to do your own job. Just the way as a senior registrar in pulmonology, it is only my consultant that can tell me this is how you do your job. I can't tell them how to do their job. I can only say let us build on the trust. When we agree on things, let us agree and move together based on ours should be our bond.
So let me just throw this question. If the government fails to act to all the 7 things out of the 19 things, we're starting with that. So what next step will the association take? And how can both sides actually rebuild trust for lasting solution? So let's start with, if the government fails to act, like the usual, not adhering to the warnings and the plea from the resident doctor, what's the next step? What next step would the association take?
If the government fails to address these issues, I doubt that. I think now we're beginning to understand that these issues must be sorted out. But if the government turns out and then not address these issues, I have no option as the leader of the association but to summon the National Executive Council and report the situation of things. I did that last week. When it got to a point, it seemed as if it was even the national officers that were preventing the National Executive Council from reviewing progress. And when we went there and issues were x-rayed, the National Executive Council flogged us as the national officers. What are you coming to us? Nothing has been done here. A few things here and there, nothing concrete. You are coming to someone and tell us what. They flogged us and sent us back out into the field. I warned that will happen, but it was seen as if we didn't want to take any. Now, at this point, if that should happen, we will have to go back to the National Executive Council, who has the constitutional power. That hallowed body has the constitutional power to direct what we do. They will either tell us, these people, they are not serious, so they don't want to solve anything, or let's go back to our work. Or they will say, since they don't want to we brought it down from 19 to 7. If they don't want to handle it, we continue. It is entirely up to the National Executive Council meeting. I can't sit here on national TV and dictate that. If I dictate that, you will hear that they have summoned a meeting and they have removed me as president for taking a position that they should take. So I can't really say that now. The only thing is the NEC will decide. Now, with respect to how we build trust, it like I said, it's a straight line graph. Once we agree that this is what we are going to do, don't drag it, don't escalate it, don't make it seem as if this is a secondary priority. You now move on to other things. No, let us learn to take each other by. Like I told you, if NAD signs an MOU with the federal government today that NAD is not going to, or NAD is going to reconsider its position, NAD will go and do that. So that tomorrow NAD will not be accused, but you signed that MOU, now you said you're going to look at the strike action, you never looked at it, and you never got back to us. No, it is your word is your bond. This is how to build. In Nigeria, it's important we learn how to build institutions rather than individuals. For us in the medical profession, the word of my teacher, the word of a consultant, the word of a professor of medicine is his bond. That is why when they speak, we listen. Even if they come out publicly to flog you and say all manner of things, you don't respond to that. You only say, this is my father complaining about my attitude. The only thing I can do is go to ask him, Daddy, how do I do better? But those institutions of government also need to do better. When you agree on things, ensure that you stick by them. Ensure that you stick by them so that it doesn't look as if you're just coming to say suspend the strike for the sake of the strike is being removed from the table while the issues still remain.
Right, thank you so much. Dr. Muhammad Usman Suleiman is the national president of the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD. Thank you so much for your time on The Big Story.
Thank you and good morning.
And the Breakfast Show continues with the social listening segment after this break. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Catch Up Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome back, and this is the social listening segment right here on Business Day Television, where we get to hear the minds of netizens and also go through what is happening on social media, in the world of social media. I am Deborah Eze, and of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine.
Locked and ready.
Yeah, I know you're always happy when you do this with me, even though you don't like to admit it.
I mean, like they say, actions is better than words.
I know, right?
Yeah.
All right, now let's take a look at what is happening on social media. We now head to a birthday party that turned into beef and, throwing shades. The former Ekiti State Governor, Ayo Fayose, is trending after revealing in an interview that he almost hit former President Olusegun Obasanjo during his 65th birthday party. Fayose said Obasanjo's speech was filled with subtle insults and disrespect, despite their reconciliatory meeting weeks earlier. He said he invited Obasanjo in good faith, even sending $20,000 for his travel needs. But the former president used the stage to take jabs at him, including describing him as not the best among his proteges. Fayose said he felt embarrassed, especially with the vice president present, and struggled to control his anger. Before I hear your thoughts, let's take a look at what the netizens are saying concerning this. And of course, the first tweet we have from Banky, and it said, Obasanjo's speech is exactly how it should be. If you as a younger man disrespect me and still invite me to your wedding and I accept to come and pretend nothing has happened between us in the past, then I am not doing it right. Another reaction from Obiora, and it says, Fayose should take note of some of the simple admonitions and learn from them. Birthday celebrations isn't just about eating and drinking, but also about reeling out all your achievements, ups and downs. If nobody else said anything, Pa Obasanjo didn't miss out on the importance. Another reaction from Kunle Jimba, and it said, I salute Fayose's courage for inviting OBJ. It shows a genuine heart and respect for elders. OBJ cannot be grandstanding because he himself isn't as nice on the political scene to Fayose. Fayose was a brave-hearted man OBJ couldn't push aside like Asiwaju. Another reaction, Olufemi Adwo, and he said, Fayose's outburst is a vulgar admission of poor upbringing and emotional indiscipline. Any man who claims he felt like eating an elder statesman with a microphone betrays the manners he was taught at home. Such reckless speech underscores his chronic immaturity and persistent deficit in statesmanlike conduct. Okay, so this is rather funny. I find it very funny that when I see two elderly people throwing jabs at each other and throwing actually subtle jabs at each other, I begin to wonder where it all ends. But before I hear you, I agree with OBJ. I think because I am that kind of person too. If we are not cool, we are not cool, regardless if you ended your hands of peace and like, okay, let's just end this. It simply means we're not cool. And it's not going to take away the fact that you are this person or you did this kind of things to me. So I don't know where Fayose is actually, why it's feeling so riled up. And I if everything OBJ said was not true, why are you riled up? You can just laugh it off. But what I find very interesting in this is actually the money that was sent. May I have friends who will invite me to their birthday parties by sending me $20,000? I'm shaking. Oh my God!
Don't shake too far. I would explain this thing in very simple terms.
Okay.
where even the blind will understand and even the deaf will see my demonstration. Let's be honest. Look, you see, he who points finger at one person, should rest assured the many fingers are pointing back at him. In this particular case, let's be honest, whoever it is that is wise will know that OBJ came from a very far more matured point. Who sends a former president not 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, right? Who sends him $20,000 to do what? OBJ is not a broke man to start with first. Let's start with that.
Wait.
Hold on. I'm coming somewhere. First of all, OBJ is not a broke man.
Okay.
That's one. Secondly, Fayose has always been known to have he spits venom.
Of course.
Okay. And like I said before, if you're in glass house, you live in glass house, don't throw stones. Now, you were talking about well, I'll call him a father figure to you, because let's be honest. Right? A father figure to him. Right? You're talking about him getting on your nerves on your birthday. For crying out loud sake. If all anyone would do on your birthday is to, pour you praises and hide the truth, then it's not a complete birthday. What a birthday should be is while you celebrate an extra year, you create room for what we call constructive criticism. You create room for space for you to learn. On my birthday, right? I remember.
I don't want to remember your birthday.
So I was supposed to buy cake for some people.
Good.
So and invite people. That didn't happen due to 1 or 2 issues, right? And I got some criticism. And I said to myself, it makes sense. It makes me a better man, so I can plan ahead of time, right? And manage funds, because that makes me understand that there are people out there who actually do love me and want to tell the truth. So if Fayose, as a mature 65-year-old man, right, okay, cannot see the irony in that, then I'm sorry. He's a man, but he's still thinking otherwise. And that's the fact.
Well,
more so, right? Before now, they've had back and forth,
of course,
between both of them. And so if he extends his hand to say, as way of peace accord, come to my birthday party, the man actually attended the birthday party, right? And heard his specific and his clear opinion about the situation, yet he was there to the very end. He didn't just say what he said and walked away, right? To kind of put you under the bus or something. He was there to the very end. Fayose's response was unnecessary. Fayose's reaction was unnecessary. See, I call it response and reaction, right? I expected him to have seen what happened, and then the way and manner you respond could have shown that you are far more a bigger person. By doing what? Look for different ways to come across this thing.
I disagree with that.
Which is why
you don't expect. You're not supposed to expect people to react the way you would want them to react.
That's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said. Fayose is not me, right? I could have responded differently. He's not me. I'm not him. But knowing who Fayose is, he's someone who spits fire. He thinks about it. He delivers. In fact, I'm almost tempted to call him Donald Trump of Nigeria, right? Because we know Donald Trump. He thinks about it. He fires it on. However, when you're dealing with someone like OBJ, who is a calculative, they call him Baba Democracy, right? He's so calculative. He comes from the background of the military. And I'm talking about the military that is not in doctrine, as in what's called, well, I always quote and unquote, touched by some level of politics. No, he comes from a proper military background. Level of training and discipline is key. And at that level, as a general, they will tell you your fault, right? At the same time, pat on the back, which is why we come up with what we call the carrot and stick approach.
Okay, I hear you, but at the end of the day, we understand that birthdays are actually a time to celebrate and also to reflect. And even people who say they don't like their birthdays, they actually feel special on that day because either all eyes are on them or attention are actually on them. Don't you think, just briefly, don't you think OBJ would have said all that he wanted to say when they actually extended the hands of peace and, they sorted out their issues before his birthday and not on his birthday? I see where Fayose is coming from. Should he have said, he felt like eating OBJ? Of course not. I totally disagree with that.
How do you hit it?
I don't agree with using violence to solve your problems. But I would feel a certain kind of way when, you know, somebody who I we're not in talking terms, and then I extended the hands of peace, still gave you $20,000 to actually come for my birthday, and then you come and start throwing jabs at me. It doesn't matter if the jabs is actually true or not. It doesn't matter at that point. It is my birthday. It is a time for celebration. You can keep whatever sentiments that you have aside.
Speaking of sentiment,
just celebrate with me.
I'll tell you. Speaking of sentiment, I think OBJ, when I say that I am in support of what he did, I think OBJ felt very insulted because
of the money.
Hold on.
Let's move on. Okay. 20, do you know, can somebody convert $20,000?
$20,000 is chicken feed to Obasanjo.
Oh, that's my Valentine there.
Obasanjo's a billionaire.
Okay.
$2,000.
Okay, I rest my case.
I'm almost tempted to say that that's more money for me, but let me keep quiet.
You know the 200,000 you promised on this same set, you've not fulfilled. Anyways, let's move on to the second conversation, and that's the Nigerian police force has started pulling officers away from celebrities and VIPs across the country. This follows President Tinubu's order that police personnel must return to core security duties instead of being assigned to individuals. The directive is already in motion, and officers have been instructed to return to their bases immediately, with some giving deadlines as early as November ending. Those who still want armed escorts are now expected to get protection from the Civil Defense Corps. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying concerning this development. And the first one from Louis P. He said, who cares if police are withdrawn from VIPs? Oga, take out terrorists and their sponsors or face international sanctions and military intervention as instructed by Trump and the American law. Another reaction from Gasol, and he said, this is brilliant. President Tinubu's directive to pull police from VIP protection back to real policing is bold and spot on. More officers on the streets means safer citizens. And that reaction from Ejo Onyeshi, and it said, that's audio implementation. VIPs are still moving around with your police escort at the time of writing this. And a reaction from Frun Shaw, and it said, I think it is a welcome development coupled with the fact that a reasonable number of our police officers are attached to VIP at the detriment of the masses, whom they are meant to police. Their presence should be felt in various communities. What do you think about this?
Straight to the point. I'm going to start my explanation with the first contributor there.
Okay.
And let's make it very clear. People don't know. Let people just get to know very quickly. Look, if you think Donald Trump loves you, you're joking. He doesn't love Nigeria. Their interest, and I'm not saying it's not an insult. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. Remember, he actually gave Nigeria a very terrible name before he now says that it's now a disgraced country. I wish I could say that on air, but I can't say that on air, right? So he has been known to always throw that at Nigeria. So let's leave that on the side. The first contributor should go and do his homework and find out exactly what we're talking about very quickly. Now, back to this matter, okay? If for any good reason, right, we see the government responding slowly, is there a response so far? There is. If you're expecting, because I mean, we are not an extension of the United States. We are a sovereign nation. If you're expecting, right, that the pulling off of police officers will be an addendum to military officers or military personnel and soldiers fighting Boko Haram, then you're a joker. It doesn't work like that way. You need people to actually, you need personnel to actually police the urban areas, police the suburbs, right? It's not necessarily in the place of the police to actually go and secure our borders. That's why we have our military there.
No, I think we're just talking about community now.
So what I'm heading to is this. What I'm heading to is that, yes, we're having the police now focusing more on policing, which is what we're talking about. But the issue right now is, can Civil Defense Corps be able to protect those VIPs? I think the answer should be yes. Now, the worry now should be, can we trust them? Why not? They're part of our armed forces. Isn't it so? So when I see Nigerians respond saying, oh, for what it is, that's not our issue, go and tackle them terrorism. Look, Nigeria is a very complex country. anyone who understands how complex Nigeria is will know that things don't happen overnight. And if we're used to how military will come and say, okay, get this done during military, regime, it's not working that way because this is a democratic setting. So there is proper rules of engagement. There's proper open this communication, this, that, as the case may be, right? Although the president has what we call space for executive decision, he uses that every now and then. But if he comes and says, I'm also, putting my weight as an using executive decision to achieve one or two other things, and then now mention that police officers that have been moved away from VIP should go and join the army to fight. That's also in his power. After all, he's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, right? So for me, I think it's a welcome idea to have police officers be withdrawn from VIPs. We have the Civil Defense Corps.
Yeah.
They too are also armed. I don't know about the kind of arms that they have, if it's quite technical.
I don't really think the VIPs really, I think it's just escort and normal having to carry bags, like you always say.
Carry madam's bag.
Carry madam's bag and Oga's bag.
Another thing is that, look, if people are worried, if VIPs are worried out there that pulling off police officers makes them vulnerable, my question to you is, if you're not hiding anything,
I don't think anyone cares about the VIPs. I think what people actually care about is you having to withdraw those people. Is it going to curtail this kidnapping and banditry? If that is going to be the solution, then by all means. But we don't want you saying, you're going to be stationing policemen and then nothing is done. I think that's where the worry of the netizens actually
So in the words of Abiola Kashimawo, in other words, let's wait and see.
Let's still be looking.
Let's be watching. Isn't it?
All right, so now let's move to Kwara State. And in Kwara State, the Islamic terrorists attacked the Isakpa community in Ekiti local government area, kidnapping at least 11 people, including a pregnant woman, 2 nursing mothers, and several children. The attack happened around 6 in the evening and came just one day after 38 kidnapped worshippers were freed from the nearby Iruku community. Residents say 20 to 30 gunmen stormed the community with rifles and katus, shooting sporadically and dragging families out of their homes. 7 of the victims are from one household. An elderly woman was also injured by a stray bullet. After the attackers fled, people found bullet holes and used shells all over the community. It's the 3rd major attack in the area this month, and many residents have now fled, which is actually very sad. Let's take a look at some of the reactions quickly. And the first reaction we have from Sami Ugo Nambo, and he said, the bandits and terrorists who refuse to kill today will kidnap and kill civilians again tomorrow. And that reaction from Samuel Victor, and he said, okay, let the government go and negotiate again. Maybe they will make another phone call, ask politely, and the bandits will comply out of respect, like we are children watching a cartoon. Since rescue now means begging killers, instead of arresting them, let them continue the tradition. Another reaction from Akobi Omo-Oshodi, and he said, this government has clearly lost the capacity to protect its own citizens. The insecurity is getting worse by the day, and it's obvious this administration needs serious help. A government that cannot safeguard lives has failed in its most basic duty. And finally from Esejin Rita, and she said, and this same governor will just sit down comfortably while leaving all the real work to the federal government. Enough of this absentee leadership. Another attack, 11 people abducted, yet is nowhere to be found. Kwara deserves better.
Absolutely, yes.
There was actually a video that circulated this morning. Of the bandits and I think some of the Kebbi or Niger State students or pupils that were abducted. So the bandits were actually speaking in Hausa, and they were like, okay, I don't know how true that video is, but from what he was saying,
it wasn't AI.
It wasn't AI. No, of course, it's not.
Because this AI is about
we should
to
just leave
bring
AI
the
out
whole
of
world.
Let's leave AI out of this. Like we saw children, I saw young children in that video. And the bandits actually said, and they said with all confidence, that these kids that they want to release now, the government has already paid for them to be released, that they will do it again and again because they know the government is definitely going to negotiate with them.
See, the question is this, because as much as, so from the very onset, we told a very wrong line. And the wrong line we told is creating room for even negotiations.
Yeah.
Again, as much as I will always kick against having boots on ground that are not Nigerian boots, I would say there's some certain things to be learned from other countries' military. A good example is the United States military, when they say we'd never negotiate with terrorists.
Yep.
Now, why do I give them a plus? Because they have seen that by the time you open negotiations, although we don't know if that's 100% correct, but when you open negotiations with terrorists and you give today, you encourage them to use that same money to acquire arms. So it becomes a business. It becomes almost like an unseen industry. The moment we chose to start engaging bandits by paying ransom, that's where we got it wrong.
Yeah.
So my question now is that, and this is a way of me trying to follow up with your question, is this: those who are discussing on behalf of these bandits, criminals, because I call them criminals, terrorists, right? Gumi and his likes should be arrested and tried for treason without wasting time.
It's funny how the government,
because I don't understand,
does not see anything wrong with statements that Gumi has been making over time. The one he made yesterday about the bandits, we should actually have like a budget for these bandits because they are doing it for survival. Unlike the IPOB, who are actually just killing people, killing army officials, officials of the government. These bandits are just kidnapping children for money, not because they have intention.
And they rape those children?
Yep, not because
And
they
then
have
they sell them
intentions of killing them. Oh, they can do all of that atrocities. As far as they're not killing them, they need to have like a budget set aside for them. It is how the government, they keep hearing things like this, because this is not the first time Gumi has made outrageous statements. This is not the first time at all. People have called for the arrest of this individual. People have said, oh, what you're saying should not be said. It means you're actually like promoting bandits. You're actually promoting these criminals. So the fact that the government has not come out to actually say that, okay, Gumi, you need to be prosecuted for these things that you're saying. There's some accomplice exactly. It means you're actually like going hand in hand with these people. So the fact that the government has not said anything simply means, in my opinion, I feel like the government are actually in it. You see, all of this is just a ways, it's just a political game for them.
Alleged. So let's be honest with this whole matter. Who is the government? It is you and I. It is those in power. It is those in the executive. It is those in 1 minute. So I mean, government is for the people, by the people, and of the people, right? Those who are in power cannot operate without those who are the followers, those who are in leadership. So it is a partnership thing. However, having said so, it so happens to be that we now see a case of Animal Farm, where all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. But as the case may be, at the end of the day, right, I can understand if some people feel, one way or other, kind of feel marginalized. But my question is, even if you give them room to be educated, they still say no, they still want to toe the line of banditry. The room for negotiation ends at that point.
Yeah.
And those who speak for them should be seen as, look, they are spearheads. And if we have a responsible government, which I know we have, unfortunately, a lot of our areas in our government have been compromised. And I don't have to be, a broadcaster to talk about it.
We'd have to end it there.
So for us as broadcasters, it's important that we help our viewers see that, look, the lacuna is there. Let them not ask the question. How can we solve it? We relay the question back to the government, those who are our leaders. Can this be solved so that we don't lose our international investors? Remember, this whole thing, as BusinessDay television that we are, we want to see projections where our business and GDP will grow in our country. But when there's insecurity, no one wants to come and invest. No one invests, jobs are lost because companies cannot withhold staffs any longer.
Absolutely.
And this is going to spell doom for the nation moving forward.
When you started your conversation, you said at the end of the day. I wanted to say the day we end.
That's the case with me.
Of course, we've come to the end of the breakfast show this beautiful Wednesday morning. This is the end of the social listening. Of course, we looked at Fayose and OBJ, and also the withdrawal of police from the VIPs, and finally another tragic incident in Kwara of terrorist kidnapping set of people. Well, I didn't do this alone, of course. I did it with Valentine Onyeka.
Always present.
Of course, my name is Deborah Eze. More programs continues after this break. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as happenings in the market. We're starting off with some of the business news making the rounds. We're starting off with the CBN holding monetary policy rate at 27%. The benchmark interest rates held at 27%, while the CRR remained unchanged at 45%. The Central Bank of Nigeria, through its Monetary Policy Committee, surprised markets by holding its benchmark interest rate at 27%, maintaining its tight monetary stance to keep inflation on a downward path. The decision announced by the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso at the end of the 2-day MPC meeting in Abuja. came despite expectations of a rate cut. A Business Day poll of 15 economists had projected a 100 basis point reduction following October's inflation slowdown to 16.05%. The NPC also adjusted the policy corridor to plus 50 and minus 450 basis points, a shift from the plus 250 minus 250 adopted in September 2025. Other key tools were left unchanged, including the cash reserve ratio at 45% for deposit money banks, 16% for merchant banks, and a 30% liquidity ratio. Tuesday's decisions follow September's reduction of the MPR to 27% from 27.5%. This is extending a 5-year trend that began in 2020 during the COVID-19 economic support measures. Then we move on to Nigeria's petrol import from Malta has dropped by 60% following the establishment of Dangote refinery. Nigeria's imports of refined petroleum products from Malta have plunged by 60% in 2024, marking a major shift in the country's fuel supply dynamics as the Dangote refinery has ramped up production. Trade map data shows that imports dropped to about $818 million this year, down from more than $2.1 billion in 2023, when Malta suddenly became Nigeria's top routing point for petroleum shipment. Industry reports had linked the 2023 spike to blending activities and unusual shipping patterns. But with the 650,000 barrel per day Dangote refinery now producing diesel, jet fuel, and petrol, analysts say Nigeria is finally replacing imported fuel with domestic output. By early 2025, petrol import bills had already fallen by more than half, with shipping data showing a broader decline in clean product imports. Experts warn, however, that supply risks remain whenever the refinery undergoes maintenance. Meanwhile, Nigeria's crude oil loadings dipped to a 6-month low in October. Then we'll move on to the news of VFD Group's extending its 50.6 billion naira rights issue to December 26. VFD Group has secured approval from Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) to extend its ongoing 50.7 billion naira rights issue until December 26, 2025. The extension follows a surge in interest from shareholders seeking more time to exercise their rights. This is according to a statement from the company. VFD Group says participation has continued to accelerate across retail investors, institutional shareholders, and members of the diaspora, prompting the need for a longer subscription window. Under the offer, eligible shareholders can subscribe to 2 new ordinary shares for every 3 that they hold at a price of 10 naira per share. The company encouraged shareholders who have not subscribed to take advantage of the additional time, noting that the program is central to strengthening its capital base and supporting long-term growth plan. VFD Group added that the SEC approval reflects sustained investor confidence in its performance trajectory and strategic direction. Then, Dangote Refinery is tapping Honeywell International for a $1.4 million barrel per day expansion. The Dangote Group has entered a new strategic partnership with Honeywell International to drive the next phase of expansion at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. The collaboration will deploy advanced technologies that will help boost the refinery's processing capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day by 2028, marking a major step towards building the world's largest refining complex. Under the arrangement, Honeywell will supply specialized catalyst equipment and process technologies to enable the refinery process a wider range of crude grades while improving product quality and operational reliability. Honeywell's UOP division, already a partner since 2017, will continue providing proprietary refining systems and high-performance equipment. The partnership also extends Dangote's petrochemical ambitions, including plans to scale polypropylene output to 2.4 million metric tons annually using Honeywell's Oliflex technology. The group says it is also extending its fertilizer capacity, targeting a 9 million metric tons of urea annually to meet growing regional demand. After the break, we'll move on to a discussion around the MPC's decision to hold rate at 27%. Stay with us. welcome back to Economy and Market. We're moving on to the conversation around the Monetary Policy Committee's decision to hold rate at 27%. This is despite inflation being at 16.05%. All of the other tools remain unchanged. The credit reserve ratio, the cash reserve ratio is at 45%, unchanged. However, there has been a change in the standing deposit facility. We saw the policy corridor extend. We saw it shift to a +40 minus 450 from +250 minus 250. Basically, what that means is that banks would no longer be incentivized to lend to lend from the CBN as much as they would like to. On the show this morning to give us more insight into some of what we have here. We have Favor Kenneth, who is a research analyst with Meristem Securities. Good morning, Favor.
Good morning, David.
Yeah, it's very nice to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so the question I want to start with is the decision by the CBN to hold rate at 27%. How would you summarize the rationale behind it? Because it was expected, or across board, a lot of people expected that the CBN was going to cut rates after considering the fact that we've been seeing decelerated levels of inflation from most of this year. What's your thought on it?
Well, yeah, just like you mentioned, we expected a cut from the monetary policy in their last meeting. However, we were surprised. So we expected a cut because there have been several improvements in the macroeconomic environment. Like you mentioned, the disinflation we've been witnessing for several months now. It has been steady, price pressures has been quite reducing, and then we've seen growth in the economy, we've seen stability in the FX environment, we've also seen a little bit of appreciation in the Naira. So all of this kind of solidified our projection for a cut from the MPC. However, at the meeting, we were met with a shocker and they held rates. Looking at the NPC's decision to hold rates, they pointed at the fact that they want to give room for the already lagging impact of the previous rate cut that has been seen in the macroeconomic environment to continue. They mentioned, or they highlighted the fact that, the previous rate cuts, the effect of the previous rate cut is now being seen in the macroeconomic environment, that's seen in inflation that has been easing for several consecutive months, and which is now at 16.05%, considering where we're coming from. So the old stance by the Monetary Policy Committee was just to kind of like give room for this improvement to continue, for the impact to continue to be seen. However, when we look at it, we also would like to note that the decision, aside from sustaining the current disinflation in the inflation trend, is also the decision to hold rate is also to like keep the domestic assets quite attractive to foreign investors, to continue to attract capital inflows and foreign portfolio inflows from foreign investors, considering the fact that our rate is still quite elevated compared to the region, the sub-Saharan Africa region, and also the broader global economy, where we've been seeing several rate cuts. So we assume that this decision also is to kind of incentivize foreign inflows as well.
The last part of your response was almost a leader into what I would consider, because I was about to ask that, do you not believe that the decision to hold rates was linked to the CBN's effort at trying to ensure that our money, our debt securities still remain attractive, our bonds, our treasury bills, our treasury instruments still remain attractive to foreign investors, considering the fact that rates are down in most parts of the world and Nigeria is still in double digits? So what's your thoughts? Is that like a bigger factor? Was that like a bigger factor in your own opinion, or majorly the inflation reduction was more the factor?
Okay, I would, I believe that the decision to hold rates kind of have a little bit more impact on our attractiveness, like the attractiveness of the domestic asset to foreign investors, because the decision to hold rates comes as a part to keep our assets, the T-bills, the bonds, and other debt securities, for them to remain attractive for foreign investors to keep participating in our market. So now when we look at the performance of our financial accounts, when we look at the capital importation, we'll see that the capital importation, particularly foreign portfolio inflows, has increased significantly when compared to like the previous period in Q1 2024. For example, like FPI increased over 150% in Q1 2025 compared to Q1 2024. And this is like a significant improvement, which we can link to the elevated rates, because at 27%, our rate is very, very much of quite attractive to investors, especially when we compare it to the surrounding economies that they have been having like rate cuts. When we compare it to fellow sub-Saharan African economies that have been having rate cuts, and also when we compare it to like developed economies, they've also been rate cuts. So the decision to hold rate would help support inflows, will help support foreign portfolio inflows, will help support attractiveness to our securities, and this would further support the stability in the foreign exchange market that we've been seeing. It will help sustain liquidity, and also help like accretion in the reserve that will also give the CBN more leeway to come into the market and intervene as they've been doing.
Okay, so the question I have now is around, now the NPR is high, right? It's good for the CBN to keep our domestic assets quite attractive to foreign portfolio investors. But isn't credit still too expensive for meaningful growth? Is the credit rate not still too high for us to be able to have like meaningful growth in the economy?
Meaningful growth. So yeah, you're correct that the rate is still high, it's still elevated, and what this means is that borrowing cost for businesses is still quite elevated. However, while the decision to hold rate might sustain the high borrowing cost environment for the real sector, the other decision to adjust the asymmetric corridor comes as quite an expansionary stance, in the sense that banks would now want to give out more credits. There will be much or increased credit availability for the real sector, especially seeing that the incentive to keep deposits to keep deposit or borrow with the CBN is kind of like reduced. So we might see like increased credit availability, even though rates are still quite elevated, and this is positive. This is a good thing, as business would have more access to credit, and it will also promote like expansionary activities in the real sector. Looking at the growth environment for the economy currently, growth has been strong. We've seen this in the consistent expansionary PMI readings. Like for the most part of the year, we've had like consistent PMI readings at over 50, which connotes expansion in the economy. So this is pointed to the fact that the environment in the domestic economy is quite strong when it comes to growth. And then looking at our GDP figures, we posted like a 4.2% GDP growth in the last quarter in Q2 2025, and this is like the strongest quarter-on-quarter growth for a while now. This all points to the fact that even the fact that rate has been high, there's still expansion in the economy. So now the fact that we now have like a possibility of increased credits in the system, this would, even though the impact would be moderate, it would have a little bit of positive impact and it will support growth. So we still expect, like, we're still quite bullish when it comes to growth, regardless of the elevated rates.
Okay, thank you for that response. So what conditions do you think that we should look out for when it comes to, I'm talking of inflation trends? What conditions should we look out for? FX stability, say banking sector liquidity. What are some of the conditions that we could look out to that you think would prompt the CBN to start cutting the MPR? Because a lot of people in the real sector have the opinion that, so I would pay homage to some of the things I've heard, that the commercial papers have become a much more cheaper source of financing. Talking about debt securities have become a much more cheaper source of financing because banks and the regular financing have become almost prohibitively too high. And all of this is linked to the fact that MPR is at where it's at. So what are the trends that you think that if we look out for, you think that, okay, when we get to this level, the CBN can probably start cutting rates? What are some of these figures? Some people say when the inflation gets to 15%, that okay, that's when the CBN will be incentivized to cut rates. Do you think so?
Okay, well, I quite agree with that, seeing that the government has a target of 15% for inflation. We're currently at 16.05. For us to get to 15% or even below, this might strengthen a rate cut decision from the MPC. But to take this further, I would like to look at the monthly inflation movements, like monthly price movements. So while we've been seeing like consistent disinflationary trend in headline inflation in an annual basis, there's still a little bit of sticky cost pressures when it comes to month on month. We've seen in the last inflation figures, headline inflation for the first time increased. We saw that core inflation held steady after like several declines, and then it was just the food components of the inflation that we are now recording deflation. So I feel like the monthly inflation data is also something the CBN monitors to kind of like support their decision. So when we begin to see consistent disinflationary trend of month to month, like price change, price movement in the near term, especially headline inflation, when we see like a consistent or strong disinflationary trend in the monthly inflation, this will kind of like affirm the fact that okay, the price pressures has been a little bit contained. It will strengthen their decision to cut rates. Also, when we look at the FX environment, yes, we've been seeing stability in the FX environment. The volatility in the exchange rates reduced significantly in 2025, like from about 4.8% in 2024, where we saw like the movement in exchange rates was very, very volatile. It has reduced significantly to 0.5% throughout 2025. So this is like an improvement. However, to take it a step further, I feel like further appreciation rather in the Naira will strengthen a rate cut decision from the CBN, saying that it will solidify their belief that okay, maybe the risk towards exchange rate volatility has been a little bit contained. So this is what I think would kind of like support a rate cut decision from the MPC.
Thank you so much, Favor. Thank you for that response. You talked about the fact that you spoke about probably a strengthening of the Naira. Then when we see like a consistent disinflationary trend month on month, then we'll probably begin to see we begin to see the CBN tread in that direction of cutting rates. One question I have is, I want to go back to our initial question and your initial response, where you spoke about the attractiveness of Nigerian assets to the foreign portfolio investors and how the holding rate is key to having Nigerian assets remain attractive for foreign investors. One question I've always had is, are we not digging into a rabbit hole in a way? We are taking, for example, the CBN is issuing 5-year bonds, 7-year bonds at 17%, 15%, 16%. In previous years at 18%, 19%. Is that not quite too high, considering the fact that this government will not always be in power forever? Is there something that Nigeria is backing on, that we are banking on, and we're saying, okay, we can always consistently pay up to 20% of the interest of this a particular amount for this consistent number of years? What do you think? Is it not a bit too much? Should we not have our interest rate down to, let's say, single digits in order to make borrowing at least sustainable for the Nigerian economy?
Okay, so yeah, thank you for that. So when it comes to rates in the debt market, in the fixed income market, rates are quite sticky downwards, and I think we are on the path to getting that lower rates for when it comes to the government. And when we question the ability of the government to pay back, I want to believe that there are structures that are being set. A lot of like reforms are going on rather, to kind of like improve the revenue generating ability of the government, so as to be able to like reduce the deficit. And of course, we're going to see a rate cut soon, even though not now, but we're going to see a rate cut, even though like not in the last meeting, we're going to see a rate cut soon. So the rate environment, particularly on bonds and the rest, would still trend lower. But for now, when we question the ability of the government to pay back debt, I believe that there is structure. There are structures. For example, the tax reform, which could increase tax revenue and thereby increase general federal revenue. That's one way where the government would be able to make more money to be able to meet like its debt obligation, right? And then more and more structures are being put in place to be able to repay their obligations. So despite the rates still being elevated, I believe rates are trending lower, they'll still go lower, and there are structures that would support government revenue generating abilities, and they'll be able to kind of like pay back.
Okay, now one last question I have is around how does this rate affect household and businesses? Who does it benefit? Who will bear the high? Who will bear the cost of rates being this high? Basically, how does it affect down to the common man, the fact that the government has held rate? Because we are talking about holding rates. For people on the street, they probably don't understand the rationale, or they don't even understand what it portends, or they don't understand what we are talking about. The people who work in banking and finance are the ones who probably understand. But how does it affect households and businesses, considering the fact that we're heading into December, where there's a lot of spending? That's the month where a lot of spending happens in a year.
Okay, so when it comes to the elevated interest rates, when it comes to who it affects the most, we'll be looking at the businesses who borrow loans to fund their business operations. So when they borrow from banks, when they borrow from the markets, maybe the debt market in terms of commercial paper, they are borrowing at a high rate. 27% is quite high. So this increases their cost of credit. So when their cost of credit is increased, is like high, their operational cost, their operating expenses is also high. And what this means is that business would try to like adjust prices to maybe quite cover a little bit of their cost to be able to make more, and then be able to cover their costs, or the costs that is arising from this elevated interest rates. So when they raise prices, it comes down to the common man, to the final consumers. You are buying at high prices as well. So now, most times, businesses are not able to, both with inflation and with high interest rates, they are not able to adjust their prices as much as they can. And this also affects the business. It's not like they benefit. In this case, you will now be seeing shrinking margins. They don't make as much profit as they do. And then for households, they are now buying things at higher prices, and they tend to their disposable income tend to decrease rather. So this is how it affects the businesses and the households. It's not like there's anybody benefiting significantly from the elevated interest rate environment.
Okay, thank you so much, Favor Kenneth. It's been a pleasure talking to you here on Business Day TV. We've learned a lot from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. After the break, we return back with market updates from yesterday from the NGX. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to Economy and Market. It was quite a flat trading day yesterday as we saw the market advance by 0.1% on the NGX. We saw the Ocean Index hit 143,763 after 4 consecutive days of losses. We saw a break from that bearish pattern and 148 points gained. Year to date, we're now up to 39.68%, and in terms of traded volume, 556.153 million shares traded. In terms of value, 18.7 billion shares traded, with our market cap now at 19.4 trillion naira. Now let's look at the top gainers we have from yesterday. NCR continues now at 45 naira 20 kobo after gaining 9.98%. Ikeja Hotel, that's the owners of Sheraton Hotel Ikeja, up by 9.86% to a share price of 22 naira 85 kobo. Prestige Assurance 9.56% gain to up to 1 naira 49 kobo. Unicel Interlinked up by 9.49% to close at 86 naira 50 kobo, and Sterling Holdco, the banking group, is up by 8.96% to close at a share price of 7 naira 30 kobo. Union Deconsult was our top loser of the day as it went down by the full 10% to close at a share price of 6 naira 30 kobo. Cavatin Offshore Support down by a full 10% to close at a share price of 4 naira 95 kobo. Suno Assurances down by 4.78% to hit a share price of 4 naira 38 kobo, and Lasaco Assurance down 4.58% to close at a share price of 2 naira 50 kobo. AXA Mansard was the last of the top 5 losers of the day, 4.23% to close at a share price of 12 naira 45 kobo. In terms of trading volume, all the top traded stocks in terms of volume were all banking stocks, starting from First Holdco that saw a trading volume of 93.7 million shares in deals worth over 2.9 billion naira. Access Holdings 81.764 million shares in deals worth over 1.689 billion naira. Fidelity Bank follows 41.793 million shares in deals worth around 796 million naira. FCMB 38 million shares in deals worth over 386 million naira, and UBA 31.951 million shares in deals worth over 1.15 billion. From the Nigerian market, we'll move to the global market. It was a bullish day across the US. Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 1.43% to hit 47,000 points. S&P index also, S&P 500 up by 0.91% to hit 6,765.88 points. Nasdaq Composite up by 0.67% to hit 23,000. In Asia, we saw the Nikkei 225 up by 7 basis points to close at 48,659.52 points. Kospi index up by 30 basis points, then Hang Seng index of Hong Kong up by 69 basis points. It was a bullish day across the global market. In the UK, the FTSE 100 that's the benchmark index of the London Stock Exchange up by 79 basis points. The FTSE 100 is slowly grinding towards the 10,000 mark after hitting the 9,000 mark sometime in May. CAC 40 up by 83 basis points, closed over the 8,000 mark. Then DAX index up by 97 basis points to close at 23,464.63 points. And on the currency side, the Naira has stabilized against the US dollar around the 1,400 mark. Now it closed yesterday at 1,449. Against the Euro 1,678, and the British pounds 1,908 naira to the British pounds. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Thank you for staying with us. Have a lovely morning.
In today's borderless world, AI is now the mediator of trust, as trust is shifting from people to data. In today's event on cyber security, a whole lot about cyber resilience has been discussed to make us meet up with global trends about cyber security.
Financial Institutions Training Center, FITC, in collaboration with the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, NIBS, brought about the Think Innovation Cybersecurity Conference 2025, which successfully addressed sophisticated fraud schemes and cyber threats targeting Africa's financial services sector. FITC revealed that the conference themed Securing Tomorrow's Cyber Resilience, Intelligent Defense, and the Architecture of Trust in a Borderless World, which took place October 22, 2025 at the 4 Point in its 6th edition. Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of FITC, Dr. Chizo Malaise, ably represented, said cybercrime has become one of the most urgent threats facing Africa's digital economy. She noted that FITC, as Africa's foremost knowledge and innovation-led institution, is partnering with NIBS to host the 2025 edition so as to strengthen collective cyber resilience across the continent. Nigerian industry reports link multi-billion naira losses to phishing, insider collusion, ransomware, and large-scale fraud schemes that has continued to to undermine public trust in financial services. Key speakers at the event, Mr. Olushola Olukoya, Business Operations Specialist NAPES, Professor Peter Obadare, EFCC Commander represented by Ayo Oyewale, Deputy Commander Public Affairs, and Philip Ikeazo, Deputy Governor Financial System Stability Directorate of the CBN, ably represented by Odele Oni, gave innovative insights.
Basically, the summary of today's lecture is to be able to make sure that everyone within the Nigerian cyberspace is to amplify the need for building trust within, digital trust within the Nigerian cyberspace. We cannot overemphasize the need for more advanced intelligence system when we talk about cybersecurity. And what everybody needs to understand is cybersecurity is not just a technical problem, it is a business problem. And every organization, individual, even the nation at large must understand that cybersecurity is not something that we have to do. It is something that we must do. Because if you don't do, in fact, it's about, are you doing the right thing? Are you doing them the right way? And are you getting them done well? Because if you don't do the right thing, you don't do them the right way, and you don't get them done when it comes to the subject of cybersecurity, what you will suffer, whether at individual level or company level, is there's going to be a cyber attack. And when there is cyber attack, of course, your systems, everything can be digitally invaded. So the message is we need to prioritize cybersecurity. All right. So for this year team, the FITC NIBS Think Innovation 6.0, it's very, very clear about securing tomorrow. Because when we're talking about securing tomorrow, don't forget, it's the age of artificial intelligence. The speed at which cyber attacks are coming, honestly, they're coming at the speed of light. So if that speed, is coming like that, what we need to do is we need to build, using the same AI that the cyber criminals are using to hack us, to make sure that we use the same artificial intelligence to build intelligence system, within our system to ensure cyber resilience and building an architecture of trust within our own system. While I was doing my presentation, so the reason of saying that cybersecurity is the elephant in the house is this. Today, just like the team, it is a borderless, we are all interconnected. All the systems are interconnected. Look at different sectors, especially in the financial space. We talk about digital transformation today. And because the systems are interconnected, cybersecurity, in fact, maybe we should understand what is even cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is the state of well-being of any digital infrastructure. So that means that what you have there is most of the digital infrastructure out there are sick. Sick being that there are vulnerabilities within those systems. So if you don't take care of those vulnerabilities, it will be very easy for cyber criminals or hackers or whoever name you call them to break into the system, which can lead to data loss, data breach, or even electronic fraud. So, which is why we say cybersecurity is the elephant in the house, because we must prioritize the need to secure the systems. So it is the elephant in there, because in fact the absence of good cybersecurity controls can liquidate any business today. If you hear the figures, in fact, according to the cybersecurity venture in New York, the cost of cybercrime is growing increasingly. In fact, by this year, 2025, the world at large is going to lose up to $10.5 trillion to cybercrime. So the subject of cybersecurity is the elephant, you can see, because it's a business issue, and businesses are losing enormous fund and money to cyber criminals.
The Think Innovation Cybersecurity Conference 2025 is designed as a solution-driven platform convening regulators, CIOs, CISOs, CROs, bank executives, fintech founders, policymakers, and international experts to confront pressing cybersecurity challenges.
So at FITC, for us, innovation is not just a buzzword, right? It's something that's, is at the heartbeat of what we do. It's all about us coming together this year, especially when we're looking at securing tomorrow, looking at cyber resilience, is how we can spark conversations, right, with all the stakeholders on how to see the challenges and the opportunities that will help us come together to spark conversations and now break and go beyond the boundaries of the cyber security issues that we have in Nigeria presently. each year we try to build on the success of the previous year. So for the Think Innovation Conference 6th edition, right, we are looking at securing tomorrow. So there are lots of issues in society. There are lots of issues that has plagued the cyberspace when it comes to fintech and all that. So our focus this year is to ensure that we can build trust, architect trust, right? Look at the cyber resilience, of institutions that are at the center of all this. So that's our focus this year, and our conversation sparkers are meant to be able to drive solutions, come out with insights that will now help us come up with, as FITC is well known for advisory solutions, right? Knowledge solutions, interventions that will help us service the organizations that we cater for in the Nigerian economy now and beyond. So FITC's work doesn't stop at the conference. Through all our executive programs, strategic workshops, and learning interventions, we actually use the insights from these programs, from these conferences, right, to help institutions embed innovation, right, from whatever insights we get into their own framework as well, so that they can build sustainable growth and competitive advantage. That is what this conference is about for us beyond the conference itself.
Unlike generic tech events, the conference focused on actionable strategies, policy frameworks, and collaborative defenses through keynote sessions, plenary discussions, investigative panels, and real-world simulation exercises on financial network attacks.
The world is evolving where AI and RegTechs are changing or redefining how compliance, identity, trust are being seen. And it has come to the fact where Africa too has to change that reality and make sure that our systems that we're building have trust embedded in it, and it's also adapting with this change. The focus of this event is more related to the compliance body, which is the regulatory body, and then the RegTech teams, which are those that develop the AI solutions, the fraud detection solutions, the solutions that we use for cyber security and trust, and then also the end users, who are the user-centric personalities, and of course our fintechs and financial institutions. This event is talking about collaboration across border, where we are not working in silos. We're not working as parallel players, but we're working as co-architectors and co-creators of digital trust. And by us doing that, that will make our ecosystem, either Africa or in the global world, to involve and have digital trust embedded in it. I'll just say AI is here to stay, and regulation have to ensure that they are also evolving and adapting as technology is evolving, adapting fast. And in order for us to make sure that we are safe, we are compliant, and we are not leaving ourselves vulnerable to this threat, we have to embed AI in our decisions. And apart from embedding AI, we have to have the human elements in it, which gives the insights and also is able to interpret what AI is delivering to us. This helps us prevent the same results, meaning that AI is created by someone. He has a creator, he has an implementer, and he's working with that ideology which he has been given. But when you have the human elements there, and he's able to give him more insights and to the results or to the results that he has provided, then we're able to give a more elaborate meaning to what has been provided to us.
Destiny Momoa, Business Day Television News. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibui. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Petrol imports from Malta dropped by 60% after Dangote refinery. Naira strengthens to 1,441 per dollar as CBN holds MPR at 27%. NGX ends 6-day slump with 94.47 billion naira boost. Oil prices edge higher after falling to 1-month low. Pinnacle blames new FIFA format for Super Eagles 2026 World Cup failure. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where imports of refined petroleum products from Malta have plunged by 60% in 2024, signaling a shift in the country's downstream fuel supply dynamics as the Dangote refinery ramps up outputs. According to reports, Nigeria's imports of Malta petroleum oils and oils obtained from bituminous minerals dropped to approximately $818 million in 2024, down from over $2.1 billion in 2023. Between 2017 and 2022, Nigeria reportedly recorded essentially no imports from Malta, while it changed in 2023 as the nation imported $2.1 billion worth of petroleum products from the small Mediterranean island. Industry analysts link the surge to alleged blending plants and unusual routing of fuel shipments, as Aliko Dangote, chairman of Dangote Industries, reportedly claimed that some personnel of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, all traders and terminals, had opened a blending facility in Malta. The 650,000 barrel per day Dangote Petroleum Refinery, Africa's largest single-train refining complex, began producing diesel and aviation fuel earlier in 2024, with petrol output following, while energy analysts attribute the decline in Malta origin imports partly to the ramp-up of few domestic refining capacity. Moving on, the Naira posted modest gains across the foreign exchange market on Tuesday, appreciating to 1,441 per dollar, following the conclusion of the 303rd Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the Central Bank of Nigeria. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, this marks an improvement from 1,452 per dollar recorded on Monday. The appreciation comes as the CBN sustained its aggressive monetary tightening aimed at stabilizing the FX market and curbing persistent inflationary pressures. During the two-day meeting held in Abuja, NPC members voted to maintain all key policy indicators, reinforcing the Apex Bank's commitment to restoring macroeconomic stability. The MPR, which anchors lending rates across the financial system, has been elevated for months as part of the bank's strategy to tackle soaring inflation and mitigate currency volatility. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso noted that maintaining the restrictive stance was necessary to consolidate ongoing gains in the foreign markets. Still on, bullish trading resurfaced on the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Tuesday, breaking the bearish run that had entered its 6th day as of Monday. At the close of trading, the all-share index and market capitalization rose by 0.1% to 143,763.13 and 91.44 trillion naira respectively, resulting in a gain of 94.47 billion naira for investors. Analysts maintain that sustained profit-taking had continued to pressure the overall performance of the local bourse, leading to bearish trading as a positive turn. The market also coincided with the decision of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria to hold the benchmark rate at 27% at the end of its last meeting of the year. The MPC also retained the cash reserve ratio at 45% for commercial banks and 16% for merchant bank, and the 75% CRR on non-TSA public sector deposits. According to reports, the liquidity ratio was also retained at 30%, while the standing facilities corridor was adjusted to a plus 50 to 450 basis points around the MPR. Also, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has revealed that the federal government may move to recover and sell the assets of Dana Air to refund passengers and travel agents whose funds remain trapped following the suspension of the airline's operations. Keyamo revealed this on Tuesday in Abuja during the fourth quarter stakeholder engagement, where he directed the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority to intensify efforts to trace and refund all outstanding payments owed by the airline. The minister explained that the decision to suspend Dana Air last year was based on damning safety and operational reports, stressing that passenger safety was prioritized over commercial considerations. Keyamo further stated that the government would not allow individuals linked to the troubled airline to return to the sector without clearing outstanding debts. Dana Air's air operator certificate was suspended on April 24, 2024, following a runway excursion involving one of its MD-82 aircraft, with the NCAA ordering a comprehensive safety and economic audit. To end the local news, Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has suspended Danlami Hayo, the Mandate Secretary for Education, after a memo directing government schools in Abuja to shut down on November 28 circulated widely on Tuesday. The memo, signed by Aisha Sani Al-Hassan, Director of School Services, had ordered all public senior secondary schools and the FCT to close on or before Friday, November 28th due to unspecified security concerns. The memo directed principals to end academic activities immediately and dismiss students in an orderly and safe manner due to fear of insecurity, while the FCT administration said no such directive was approved, while the FCT administration. Wike also directed Nancy Sabati Nathan, the acting head of service, to initiate disciplinary action against Al-Hassan under civil service rules, calling the memo false and misleading, while urging parents, students, and school authorities to disregard it, adding that the approved academic calendar remains intact and unaffected. The statement revealed that the minister had ordered the resumption of Operation Sweep and other security measures to reinforce safety around schools and communities across the territory. We're going on a quick break now, and we'll bring you the foreign news in detail.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing, I think, is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. And to the foreign scene, oil prices rose slightly on Wednesday after falling, to 1 month lows in the previous session as traders assess signals that Ukraine is moving closer to the US-backed peace deal with Russia that could pave the way for lifting Western sanctions on Russian crude. Brent crude futures gained 19 cents to $62.67 a barrel as a report, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate rose 14% to $58.09, with both benchmarks dropping 89 cents on Tuesday after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told European leaders he was prepared to advance the framework, adding that only a handful of issues remained unresolved. Sentiment remained fragile, with traders awaiting clearer signals from the diplomatic track. Trump announced he has directed his representatives to hold separate meetings with Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian officials, while a Ukrainian official says Zelensky may travel to the US in the coming days to wrap up the agreement. The US, Britain, and European Union have tightened sanctions on Moscow in recent weeks, even as Russian oil imports by India, one of Russia's key buyers, are set to fall to a 3-year low in December. Also, Donald Trump overseas envoy Steve Witkoff will hold talks at the Kremlin next week as the US continues to push for a deal to end the war in Ukraine. The visit, which was confirmed by Vladimir Putin's close foreign policy aide Yuri Ushakov on Wednesday, comes after Ukraine said it had reached a common understanding with the White House on the outline of a potential peace deal. Trump on Tuesday revealed he had tasked Witkoff to meet the Russian president while the U.S. Secretary of Army Dan Driscoll was being sent to Ukraine. It follows the emergence last week of a 28-point draft plan, which the U.S. president said had been fine-tuned with additional input from both sides. Speaking to reporters before the Kremlin confirmed the visit, Trump said his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who has acted as an advisor to the White House during previous diplomatic talks, may attend the meeting in Kremlin. And now to sports. Former Nigerian Football Federation President Amaju Pinnick has claimed the Super Eagles' failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup was due to the revised qualification format introduced by FIFA. Pinnick argued that Nigeria would have secured the 2026 World Cup spot if the 2018 qualification structure had been retained. Nigeria crashed out of the CAF playoffs after a 4-3 penalty shootout defeat to the Democratic Republic of Congo in the final, despite defeating Gabon 4-0 in the semi-finals. DR Congo will now represent Africa in the Intercontinental Playoffs scheduled for March 2026, while Pinnick insisted that the team's elimination was influenced by a format he believes was poor for the Super Eagles. To end the news, Spanish giants Real Madrid are reportedly preparing a €100 million move for Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen if contract renewal talks with Vinicius Jr. collapse. Osimhen, who has been in sensational form for Galatasaray and the Turkish Super League, has emerged as a top attacking target for Los Blancos as they plan for possible changes in their forward line. Vinicius, who was instrumental in Real Madrid's 2023/24 Champions League win over Borussia Dortmund before his status in the squad reportedly shifted since the arrival of Kylian Mbappe. The French superstar has become the club's new poster boy, while Vinicius' role has reportedly diminished under new manager Xabi Alonso. According to reports, Real Madrid view Osimhen as the ideal striker to free Mbappe from the centre-forward position and restore him to his preferred left-wing role if Vinicius refuses a contract extension. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosubwe. Stay tuned for more updates. Many thanks for watching.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
In today's borderless world, AI is now the mediator of trust, as trust is shifting from people to data. In today's event on cyber security, a whole lot about cyber resilience has been discussed to make us meet up with global trends about cyber security.
Financial Institutions Training Center, FITC, in collaboration with the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, NIBS, brought about the Think Innovation Cybersecurity Conference 2025, which successfully addressed sophisticated fraud schemes and cyber threats targeting Africa's financial services sector. FITC revealed that the conference themed Securing Tomorrow's Cyber Resilience, Intelligent Defense, and the Architecture of Trust in a Borderless World, which took place October 22, 2025 at the 4 Point in its 6th edition. Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of FITC, Dr. Chizo Malaise, ably represented, said cybercrime has become one of the most urgent threats facing Africa's digital economy. She noted that FITC, as Africa's foremost knowledge and innovation-led institution, is partnering with NIBS to host the 2025 edition so as to strengthen collective cyber resilience across the continent. Nigerian industry reports link multi-billion naira losses to phishing, insider collusion, ransomware, and large-scale fraud schemes that has continued to undermine public trust in financial services. Key speakers at the event, Mr. Olushola Olukoya, Business Operations Specialist NAPES, Professor Peter Obadare, EFCC Commander represented by Ayo Oyewale, Deputy Commander Public Affairs, and Philip Ikeazo, Deputy Governor Financial System Stability Directorate of the CBN, ably represented by Odele Oni, gave innovative insights.
Basically, the summary of today's lecture is to be able to make sure that everyone within the Nigerian cyberspace is to amplify the need for building trust within, digital trust within the Nigerian cyberspace. We cannot overemphasize the need for more advanced intelligence system when we talk about cybersecurity. And what everybody needs to understand is cybersecurity is not just a technical problem, it is a business problem. And every organization, individual, even the nation at large must understand that cybersecurity is not something that we have to do. It is something that we must do. Because if you don't do, in fact, it's about, are you doing the right thing? Are you doing them the right way? And are you getting them done well? Because if you don't do the right thing, you don't do them the right way, and you don't get them done when it comes to the subject of cybersecurity, what you will suffer, whether at individual level or company level, is there's going to be a cyber attack. And when there is cyber attack, of course, your systems, everything can be digitally invaded. So the message is we need to prioritize cybersecurity. All right. So for this year team, the FITC NIBS Think Innovation 6.0, it's very, very clear about securing tomorrow. Because when we're talking about securing tomorrow, don't forget, it's the age of artificial intelligence. The speed at which cyber attacks are coming, honestly, they're coming at the speed of light. So if that speed, is coming like that, what we need to do is we need to build, using the same AI that the cyber criminals are using to hack us, to make sure that we use the same artificial intelligence to build intelligence system, within our system to ensure cyber resilience and building an architecture of trust within our own system. While I was doing my presentation, so the reason of saying that cybersecurity is the elephant in the house is this. Today, just like the team, it is a borderless, we are all interconnected. All the systems are interconnected. Look at different sectors, especially in the financial space. We talk about digital transformation today. And because the systems are interconnected, cybersecurity, in fact, maybe we should understand what is even cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is the state of well-being of any digital infrastructure. So that means that what you have there is most of the digital infrastructure out there are sick. Sick being that there are vulnerabilities within those systems. So if you don't take care of those vulnerabilities, it will be very easy for cyber criminals or hackers or whoever name you call them to break into the system, which can lead to data loss, data breach, or even electronic fraud. So, which is why we say cybersecurity is the elephant in the house, because we must prioritize the need to secure the systems. So it is the elephant in there, because in fact the absence of good cybersecurity controls can liquidate any business today. If you hear the figures, in fact, according to the cybersecurity venture in New York, the cost of cybercrime is growing increasingly. In fact, by this year, 2025, the world at large is going to lose up to $10.5 trillion to cybercrime. So the subject of cybersecurity is the elephant, you can see, because it's a business issue, and businesses are losing enormous fund and money to cyber criminals.
The Think Innovation Cybersecurity Conference 2025 is designed as a solution-driven platform convening regulators, CIOs, CISOs, CROs, bank executives, fintech founders, policymakers, and international experts to confront pressing cybersecurity challenges.
So at FITC, for us, innovation is not just a buzzword, right? It's something that's, is at the heartbeat of what we do. It's all about us coming together this year, especially when we're looking at securing tomorrow, looking at cyber resilience, is how we can spark conversations, right, with all the stakeholders on how to see the challenges and the opportunities that will help us come together to spark conversations and now break and go beyond the boundaries of the cyber security issues that we have in Nigeria presently. each year we try to build on the success of the previous year. So for the Think Innovation Conference 6th edition, right, we are looking at securing tomorrow. So there are lots of issues in society. There are lots of issues that has plagued the cyberspace when it comes to fintech and all that. So our focus this year is to ensure that we can build trust, architect trust, right? Look at the cyber resilience, of institutions that are at the center of all this. So that's our focus this year, and our conversation sparkers are meant to be able to drive solutions, come out with insights that will now help us come up with, as FITC is well known for advisory solutions, right? Knowledge solutions, interventions that will help us service the organizations that we cater for in the Nigerian economy now and beyond. So FITC's work doesn't stop at the conference. Through all our executive programs, strategic workshops, and learning interventions, we actually use the insights from these programs, from these conferences, right, to help institutions embed innovation, right, from whatever insights we get into their own framework as well, so that they can build sustainable growth and competitive advantage. That is what this conference is about for us beyond the conference itself.
Unlike generic tech events, the conference focused on actionable strategies, policy frameworks, and collaborative defenses through keynote sessions, plenary discussions, investigative panels, and real-world simulation exercises on financial network attacks.
The world is evolving where AI and RegTechs are changing or redefining how compliance, identity, trust are being seen. And it has come to the fact where Africa too has to change that reality and make sure that our systems that we're building have trust embedded in it, and it's also adapting with this change. The focus of this event is more related to the compliance body, which is the regulatory body, and then the RegTech teams, which are those that develop the AI solutions, the fraud detection solutions, the solutions that we use for cyber security and trust, and then also the end users, who are the user-centric personalities, and of course our fintechs and financial institution. This event is talking about collaboration across border, where we are not working in silos. We're not working as parallel players, but we're working as co-architectors and co-creators of digital trust. And by us doing that, that will make our ecosystem, either Africa or in the global world, to evolve and have digital trust embedded in it. I'll just say AI is here to stay, and regulation have to ensure that they are also evolving and adapting as technology is evolving, adapting fast. And in order for us to make sure that we are safe, we are compliant, and we are not leaving ourselves vulnerable to this threat, we have to embed AI in our decisions. And apart from embedding AI, we have to have the human elements in it, which give the insights and also is able to interpret what AI is delivering to us. This helps us prevent the same results, meaning that AI is created by someone. He has a creator, he has an implementer, and he's working with that ideology which he has been given. But when you have the human elements there, and he's able to give him more insights and to the results or to the results that he has provided, then we're able to give a more elaborate meaning to what has been provided to us.
Destiny Momoa, Business Day Television News.
In today's borderless world, AI is now the mediator of trust, as trust is shifting from people to
Nigeria is, it might sound paradoxical when you say that Nigeria is seeking to avoid conflicts, yet it is conflict prone. And everywhere you look, there are some kinds of destabilization, unrest, either in a very subtle way or in an overt way. And this article particularly looks at politics and our attempts to try and avoid conflict and have a rancor-free political atmosphere, but we've not been able to manage that at all. Because the more you refuse to acknowledge the fact that conflict is a very strong part of politics, you will probably be applying the wrong solution to a present problem. Well, because the problem was never really addressed, we are always looking for easy way out. We've identified a problem. We have not correctly found out what is the root cause of the problem. It's one thing for you to know you have malaria. It's another thing for you to find out what type of malaria you have by investigating, going to do blood tests and going through the whole system to identify, okay, we have a problem. Is it unique to us? If it is not unique to us, how have others managed this problem? So essentially, we haven't looked for, in a very rigorous, deliberate way, why we are where we are, and therefore be able to find solution. On the other hand, we've been doing cutting and pasting from other lands, solutions that were not designed for our own political systems. I think that is why the problems have persisted. We haven't dug deep enough to get to the root of it. Again, is the same answer I would give you in the sense that we are more comfortable with quick and easy solutions. Ethnicity can be a plus because we are a diverse group of people, and each group has its own whatever it is that is strong, unique, that group is bringing to the table. Rather than look for those things that we are contributing to the union, our elite leaders are using ethnicity to divide us. The same goes for religion. Religion is a value-based system, and we could easily have looked for the values in all the religions and use those values to build a nation. But we have not done that. Rather, we have weaponized religion and weaponized ethnicity to fight each other in this ongoing war that never seems to end. I think that is why the problems have persisted. Well, if you have thrown everything into winning, it's like the American football, what they call football, the American football, where your goal is to get the ball to the other side at all costs. If you do politics that way, getting a win, it becomes difficult to think of any other thing, because you have invested so much energy, so much resources, and you have further divided the polity. Those who are for me and those who are against me are very clear, and therefore so it's a perpetuation of that mentality that politics is war. You know, the opposition is the enemy, and if you are going to remain in power because you know that the opposition does not wish you well, or you think so, just as you didn't wish the old ruler well, it becomes an unending war. You know, everybody is fighting. It goes back to the point I made earlier, which is that conflict in politics is a reality, and we have not reconciled ourselves to that. Because when we reconcile ourselves to the fact that conflict is a political reality, then we will find way to manage conflict, manage opposition, and have a singular focus. And that singular focus is the nation, the nation, the nation, nothing else. How do we get the nation to be better? First of all, is for politicians to agree that we are all rooting for the same cause. How do we develop our nation? And to reconcile ourselves to the fact that conflict is a reality in politics, and be willing to hear unpleasant truths when people are telling us unpleasant truths. The issue of agonism and is a concept that was developed and pushed by Chantal, both a French political philosopher, and she's saying that, look, treat politics like a game, and don't treat your opponent as a permanent enemy, but as an opponent that you are involved in a game of, call it football, call it tennis, with, and be willing to shake hands and talk like civilized people after the context, and not be permanent enemies. That is the whole concept. And how do we do it? First of all, is by really interrogating this concept by Chantal Mouffe and agreeing that yes, this is something that is worth doing. Let's bury our hatchets. Let's look for how can we use our differences to make the nation great. It's not something that we can jump into and say, yes, let's go and do it. No, it's something for us to say, is she right? Let's sit down and talk about it. Let's examine all the sides. Let's find out how we can work with other groups that don't necessarily see eye to eye with us. There was, I think it was Abraham Lincoln that brought into his cabinet all the people who opposed him, people he ran against. The former Liberian president, the lady, also did something like that, where you bring your opponents into the cabinet and get them to work with you for the development of the nation. Well, I'm not sure whether June 12th was ever reconciled, other than the fact that in 1998-99, the country said, okay, let's move to the southwest and get a president to compensate the Yorubas. I don't know whether that was deep enough a solution. Maybe it was the beginning of finding solutions and agreeing together and say, let's give it to the Igbos. They've been waiting, they've been outside in the cold for a long time. And let's see how they manage the leadership of the nation. Yes, of course, to your question, nothing seemed to have changed. If we look at the years of the last regime under the President Buhari, how everyone accused him, or nearly everyone accused him, of giving all the important position and doing everything in a particular direction that favored not just his political party, but the part of the country that he came from. The same allegations have been levied against the current president. And we should move away from such politics where we seem to be there to satisfy just the need of the part of the country that we came from. Everybody should be working towards the betterment of the nation called Nigeria. Most of what we have done, which is what we did with the presidential system, we went to America and borrowed the presidential system without tweaking it, except in places where it favors some of us, where it makes us more powerful, as we are experiencing, as America themselves are now experiencing. What has happened is that most of the time when we borrow, so going to Switzerland or Sweden or the Scandinavian countries, it's itself not going to solve our problem until we take what they have, look at it, examine it, and say, how can we make this work for us because of our culture, because of our language differences, because of our climate even, So we must domesticate anything we bring in from abroad. If we don't domesticate it, we will always continue to have a schizophrenic attitude to politics and life, where we are neither Scandinavian and we're neither Scandinavian, we are at the same time we're not Africans, because we have concocted a hybrid between what we borrowed and what we truly are, and it doesn't allow us to function well in either space. So yes, we can go across the world. There's a lot. Look at the Chinese. The Chinese borrowed versions of capitalism, but they remain true to their communism. They've been able to prove that it is possible to have two ideologies work together, because they accepted that, yes, we are communists, but there's something good that the capitalists are doing and we like it. And they took it and they modified it and it suited them, and they're up and running. The Japanese did the same thing. They did not let go of their culture, but they took everything they could find from the West, and they made it completely Japanese. So people now go to Japan to learn the same principles that they themselves had learned from the West. So the world is always borrowing and tweaking and adapting and making them work for them. Africans, unfortunately, we basically borrow And now people say that Africans have what they call pseudo-democracy, or some people call it electoral democracy, where you just basically keep the authoritarian in check, and you go to the polls, give the impression that you are democratic, and then come back and you are back in your natural element. Yes, there's a lot to borrow. There is a lot that we can learn from, but there's a lot of work that we must do with whatever we borrow to make it authentically ours. Simple, one word: independence. Independence in mind and action. Independence in mind and action for the media, so the media does not align itself to a particular leader because that leader happens to come from the north or south or east. Independence for the judiciary. Put the book in front of you and say who is wrong, who is right, and make a very dispassionate decision on that. Independence for INEC, I'd say who won. Independence, the courage to make decisions that benefit the country, not decisions that benefit particular groups of people or those in power at the moment. Independence. Well, yes, it may look as if we are stuck, but voices, we need more voices, like the Yaba School of Thought and with the slogan of "Who is thinking for Nigeria?" We need more people to call attention that nations are built by ideas. Nations are built on ideas. Nations are not built on cut and paste solutions borrowed from other lands that have not been examined or tested. So we need to begin this dialogue. It may look a longer, some people are calling for revolution, do this, do that. Revolutions don't solve problems. Ideas do. We're still talking about Marxism today or liberal ideas because those were ideas that some people put on the table, and they were so powerful, not many people have been able to contest them. Africans are very brilliant people, Nigerians particularly, and we can rethink the direction of our nation. We can rethink the direction of our nation. And we have rooms full of past thoughts from conferences, ideas from Vision 2010, and now we're talking about Vision 2050, whatever it's called. We need to now harness all those ideas, past, present, future, and put them together and work out an action plan, and therefore say, yes, this is who we are, this is who we want to be, this is how we are going to go about it. Right now, if I ask you, who is a Nigerian? What is the Nigerian project? What are we about? What are our values? What is the ideology that keeps Nigeria together? What are the sectoral ideology of the various political parties? We have no answer because we've never sat down to consider such basic, very, very deep, necessary ideas that can help us shape our own identity, shape who we are, and chart a direction for the people that we claim we are. I think that's where to start from. We can't make progress until we have fundamentally examined the question of who we are and how do we go about getting to where we think we are going. guys have a proverb. They said, to get to the market, you must have several ways that get in there. So it cannot be one idea. It has to be a combination of idea. First of all, it starts with a mind shift. A mind shift that politics need not be deadly. A mind shift that conflict in politics is a reality, and we must therefore learn to live with it. A mind shift that the nation is bigger than the sub-nations, and therefore we must put everything we have to make the nation do what nations do for the sub-nations, and make the sub-nations do what the sub-nations do for the success of the grand nation. So it's a combination of ideas, not one idea.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Business Day TV Roundtable, where we discuss current issues in our country and then kind of provide solution to them and just dissect them to your understanding. As usual, today we'll be looking at three key issues, and I have in the studio with me the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course the assistant editor here in Business Day, Mr. Chuka Uroko. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you for inviting us.
I think we're going to do it fast today. Three key issues. The first is the withdrawal of police officers from VIPs following the president directive on Sunday. And of course, we also just look at, we're going to ask this question, how were the 38 adopted members of CAC in the Ruku, in the Kwara State, how were they released? Government just, these people have regained freedom, and they just stop at that. There was no detail as to what happened, whether ransom was paid and all of that. We're going to look at it and see how that, release, that freedom was actually secure. It's a very welcome development, positive development for us, and we are happy that the adoptees have regained their freedom. But again, shouldn't government have given some detail as to so that Nigerians can actually be happy and then commend them for a job well done. And of course, the Nigerian government also recently sent a delegation to the United Kingdom where they demanded or requested for the return of former Senate President Ike Kuremadu, Deputy Senate President to Nigeria to serve out the remaining part of his sentence. Well, those are the three issues that we are going to discuss today, and without wasting much of our time, Zeba, I'm going to start with you. As at today, the police according to information that we received today, that the police, the Nigerian police force, has started withdrawing policemen that were attached to VIPs, and they've asked them to return to their base, and then following the president directive on Sunday. And let's start by even asking, how on earth really did we stay this long for this directive to come, given the fact that out of about 300,000 plus policemen that we have in total in the country, over 100 were said or are said to have been attached to VIPs across the country, leaving the rest of us to take care of ourselves, as it were. I mean, those of us who are not VIPs. So, if you go to some rural part of this country, you discover that the police station that you have there, some police posts, you rarely see a policeman, but these guys are, attached to VIPs. I think Nigerians are actually happy that the president has eventually, given this order, and we've started, we have seen the commencement of the withdrawal, as it were. But I ask you, how on earth did we even, wait for this long for this order to come?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. One thing first. It's a symptom of a country that has lost its value. It didn't start today. Some privileged individuals have lived above the law for a long time. And you may ask, why would people want to protect themselves? Even those who are pastors and men of God in the church. And some of these people preach protection, divine protection. Yet, their convoy of security personnel, very long. And you'll be wondering, are they not practicing shouldn't they practice what they preach? So thus, the light side of the discussion. But you and I know that this is not the first time this attempt had been made in the time past. The IG, not now, previous IGs, Inspector General of Police, had also threatened to do this over time, and nothing had happened. Now you are saying the police has started. One should have thought that after that pronouncement Sunday, it was going to be immediate. People will have, the policemen, police personnel attached to individuals will have returned to the offices. But now they are doing it face by face and looking at and beholding the face of the president. And I can tell you for free that these things will not be totally implemented. There are some individuals that will see themselves, will consider themselves above the law, that will still hold on to their own security personnel attached to them. There are some Nigerians who had police personnel attached to them while they were in the office or in office, either as a executive of the banks or in other executive. And after they left office, such personnel have continued to work with them, have continued to be their personal security personnel. So you begin to wonder, in office and out of office, people are still enjoying all this. So there are many people also that have up to 3-4 of these police personnel attached to them. In the office they have, in their home they have. There are some that are leading their children and their wife to wherever they go. Whereas 200 and something million Nigerians are going without any security. So it is a thing that has happened to Nigeria. And I'm happy that the president has said it. I hope that it's not because of the pressure on him now that made him to come up with this. We have had this before, we have seen this before, but the implementation is where the problem always lies. But I believe that not just that the IGP has started. There's nothing like has started. You are talking about 100 personnel. It's not. You are this is
attached to.
Let me tell you, there are many policemen attached to individuals, even where they are not supposed to be seen. You see an individual on the street. He's going with about 5 policemen at a time, an ordinary citizen. So you begin to wonder what is happening. So I think also it's because of the mentality, Nigerian mentality. I want to be seen, to be big. And when people have messed up the society, and now they begin to be afraid of their shadows. Who say that people should not walk on the streets without any protection? we are seeing some presidents, some office holders in other places, just riding in public vehicles, unaided. Nobody is helping them, unguarded. Now in Nigeria, to show that you're a public servant, you are a government official, you must have a retinue of personnel, security personnel guarding you. These things are not good. Even the president, some presidents in some of other countries walk in the midst of their citizens unguarded. I'm not saying that the president should be walking unguarded all the time, but the way we have elevated some of these things in Nigeria calls for a concern.
All right, Chuka, there's something that I want to point out here, because if you go to other countries, and of course, we have all traveled to different countries around the world, and we've seen that it is not exactly the way. And even if you have security personnel guarding individuals, you don't really see them, with arms, guns all over the place the way we do it here. But again, beyond just showing gun all over the place and then getting people intimidated in the way and manner they go about, they go about, guarding whoever it is that they are attached to. We also see an embarrassing situation where policemen, policewomen are attached to these VIPs. Sometimes, carry the handbags of people, their wives, and then sometimes if you go to event, you discover it is the policeman that we can collect the food packs. And then, is this? Sometimes I look at it, I say, come on, isn't this very embarrassing to our Chuka, don't you think that this kind of situation kind of ridicule Nigeria as a country in the Committee of Nations?
Just thank you so much for the question. Nigeria, we like status a lot. Having a police escort or having a policeman guarding you is also another sign of status symbol, another status symbol. And those who go for them see beyond just their security. Oh, you know that man goes with escorts. Oh, he goes with a policeman. So people drive joy, drive satisfaction from having that kind of thing. And here, the policemen also are happy doing that because the government they work for don't take good care of them. Some of them actually provide their kids. They don't have accommodation. So when you are working with, when you are guarding a big man like that, you know that you are living even in a mansion. So they enjoy the whatever follows that kind of thing. So many of them actually opt for it. I want to go and work with this big man, and the bigger the man is, the more satisfaction you derive from there, and the more attached the person is to the big man, the more he can even risk his life to protect that big man. So if we look beyond providing security, the police, and then you don't get police personnel to guard you for free. The money you pay to get them, and the higher you pay, the more money you pay, the more policemen you get. You find that some people, as my colleague have pointed out, that some people have even more than 5-6 policemen. Maybe 2-3 for himself, the other one for the family. When the children are going to school, police will take them to school. Some policemen are drivers to their masters. And if you see a man who is chauffeur driven by a policeman, that tells you how big the man is. And it's a measure of the kind of life our people like to live. They just come through they don't even open the door by themselves. Police will jump out, open the door of their cars for them, and the man just walks away. If there is any paper or bag to carry, the policeman will be the one to carry that. And this dovetails to even their children. Police carries everybody, whatever, the children will just come out of the car and walk away.
Very embarrassing. Policemen in uniform, really.
So this the way they have just made nonsense of the status of a policeman as somebody who is supposed to be serving the nation. Ordinarily, you get a police escort when you are a government official that is so important that, if your life is threatened, somebody is there to protect you because of the importance, how important you are.
Yeah, the office that you occupy.
Your office you occupy. And one thing that I don't really know is these people that are withdrawing police from, does that withdrawal include those who protect politicians? It's neither. Nobody.
No, that's
so
not.
It's just about very important personalities. And you find that politicians even have more police personnel attached to them than ordinary other people, because every politician thinks that it's more important than any other citizen in the country. And the value, because they don't do well, because they don't do well, they're always afraid of even a small boy on the street. I upstage them, and so to avoid all those things, they look for that kind of protection.
Okay, Chula, let me cut you here because we don't have much time. The president was very clear. I mean, because at this time that we're having security rising, escalating all over the places, there's the need, to have these guys, policemen, go do their core duties of protecting, places, facilities, providing security for the citizen, and of course the public facilities that can easily be attacked and all of that, right? So, but the president has said that, look, the civil defense should not take the role of the police, the role that the policemen are playing now regarding in the VIPs. But interestingly, there are some VIPs that are now saying, look, we don't have confidence in civil defense. I mean, when I read that, I was like, for God's sake, and these are also trained. They also bear arms. So why would what is the attachment to police? The thing that the police can do, civil defense, personnel can also do. Why are these guys, saying that they don't have confidence in themselves? As some of them actually said that civil defense are just like, but they receive the same training, right?
No, they do not receive the same training. It was of recent, if you can recall, that they were even licensed to carry arms.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yes, but the training and the perception, the way the civil defense personnel are viewed, it's quite different from the police. Everybody, even a child on the road, knows the difference between the civil defense and the ordinary policeman. So to that extent, the people believe that these also are lower class, whatever it means, but it may not be, but it's just about perception. But I can tell you for free that even the police officers who are deploying these policemen may not be totally giving into the directive of the federal government or the president, because they themselves are benefiting from this. If I can release 3, 4, 5 policemen to you, and they are paying up to 100,000
each,
who is keeping account of the returns from all those leases? Because if policemen up to 1,000 policemen are leased out in a month, for instance, that some people are leased out on a permanent basis to those VIPs who has come out to say this is the amount, is the return being accounted for, going to private purses of the IGPs or whoever that assigned them. So if these things are not being accounted for, you can imagine that IGPs must be lamenting now that their sources of income
I think it's not the IGPs or even the state commissioners of police.
Exactly.
And they come down to DPO.
So
if it is because, so I said it earlier, that it's about the money that comes from leasing out police to VIPs. So they may not be 100% faithful to this directive. If you have up to 50 people you already leased out, you can just retain up to 20. And then record the other 30 so that
your money will continue to come.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We'll go on a short break now. But just before we go on a short break, we just hope that the presidential directive will be faithfully, carried out and implemented by the police, so that we can have enough policemen to actually protect the generality of the citizens, and they are not just. But of course, the president has also given approval for about 300,000 policemen
to be recruited.
We hope with all of this, coming in, we're going to have some level of
better policing.
Yeah, better policing, security than what we currently have. So we're going to a quick break now. When we return, we'll discuss other issues. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is still the Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss very critical issues in our country. Looking at some current issues, we've just discussed the withdrawal of policemen from VIPs in accordance with the presidential directive on Sunday. The police have started implementing that, at least as of this afternoon, as we hear. And of course, gentlemen, let's look at Ekweremadu, this former Vice President of the Nigerian Senate,
Deputy Senate President,
Deputy Senate President of the Nigerian Senate, who was jailed in the UK for offense relating to organ harvesting. He was to serve about 9 years, and about 8 months in the UK. He's already serving that sentence. He was jailed in 2023.
March.
But, recently the Nigerian government sent a delegation to the UK to request that Ekweremadu should be returned to Nigeria to serve the remaining part of his sentence. The UK government has rejected that request. I'm going to ask you, Chuka, was this request necessary in the first place?
Thank you, Josh. What we see in the present administration is, I think, for me, what they did is still part of the desperate political calculation of the present administration. They are desperate. And most of their actions actually depict the fact that they are desperate in whatever they do. Ordinarily, why now? Why are they looking for Ekweremadu now?
Yeah.
And what do they want to achieve with that? It's just about part of their whatever they want to do to gain more popularity amongst the people. If you look at what the Tinubu administration is doing, they are doing almost everything they just think that can give them an edge over every other political party, and then moving from one region of the country to another, trying to do one or two things. So they shouldn't have actually done that. And if they think that they have other goodwill with the government of UK, the president would have sat down in his office and put a call to the Prime Minister of UK and then discuss this over. If the man gives him that consideration, good. If he didn't, as they have done now, it's a country that loses most of the things that miscalculations of the government. People were sent to UK. People were money was paid to carry them from Nigeria to UK. Money was paid to keep them in hotels, and money was paid to bring them back with a zero result. So it is a country that loses. The economy loses, and then the shame all this things bring to the country. So we have a lot to worry about that kind of action.
Okay,
but for me, I just feel that it is part of their desperation, to take over, achieve more political success.
Thank you. Zeb, now that the UK has rejected this request by the federal government of Nigeria, what next do you think the government of Nigeria should do?
I think it's a sign that we are really not thinking well. Dr. Richard Ikebe had been asking the question, who is thinking for Nigeria? And because of this, the series have been open in BusinessDay, and they have been writing every day about who is thinking for Nigeria. I'm not sure that people are thinking for Nigeria. The time is inauspicious for such a request to have been made. A lot of things are going wrong or have gone wrong in Nigeria within this period. And every right-thinking person would think that this is not the right time for such requests to be made. you have just sentenced someone from the same part of the country, just the same period, to life in prison.
Almost the same week.
And you have gone to say, release another person serving a jail term.
Yeah, I think the request was made before the sentencing of.
Yeah, but all these things are coming up now.
Yes, but about
and now they are coming up
this,
here now. So what that means is that you are not thinking very well. Even if that request had been made before now, there's a way you will have said, okay, please don't play this, because yes, Nnamdi Kanu has followers or followership, a large followership from the Southeast. And Senator Ike Kuremad also has a large followership from that. So are they trying to say, even if they had gone for this before now, and they knew that the court was going to sit that
may decide the way they did.
That may decide the way this case went, didn't they foresee that this thing would be very, very bad? I can say that this is Pontius Pilate kind of philosophy. You know, when the Jews wanted to hang Jesus Christ, kill Jesus by all means, there was a condemned man called Barabbas. And Pilate said, who do I release? Do I release this or this? They say, you release Barabbas. Barabbas had been condemned. So perhaps the thinking of the government was that if we bring Ike Kuremadu back, it will assuage the anger of some Igbos whose son had also been given a life imprisonment. So I don't think that there was a lot of thinking that went into this. It's an embarrassment. Like I said, the time is inauspicious. And we are doing a lot of things wrongly at the same time. So I would think that at this time, the federal government should come out to explain to Nigerians and say, we are sorry for some of these things. And the problem we have is that nobody comes out to explain to anybody what is going on. If not that this request was rejected.
Yeah, they did not also tell Nigerians why it was necessary.
Why it was necessary for instance, if the UK had come out now to say, Carlo is a citizen of UK by naturalization or whatever, release Carlo to us so that we will give him a better place, because we are not, we may not be satisfied the condition he will be serving in your correctional center. Will Nigerian government allow them to take Nnamdi Kanu?
Certainly no.
So why would we go on this kind of wild goose chase?
But let me mention this.
What I want to say, let me just correct what the impression I heard by my colleague. If you say who is thinking for Nigeria, yes, people are thinking. But the question to ask is, what quality of thinking goes into the thinking?
Yes.
People, they are thinking.
So it's the quality of thinking. Not that people are not thinking, but the quality of thinking.
How constructive are they when they are thinking? Because some people sat down and say, oh, this is the best way to go. But they got it wrong. So people are really thinking, but what are they thinking about? That is the problem. And then I think, well, if UK didn't oblige their request, it still goes to show you the kind of how the international
community is seeing us.
Exactly what I was going to say, because in rejecting this request, they said that they were not certain that the Kuremadu will actually, serve out it. And you are wondering, what is it that these people don't?
They know that Nigeria cannot
see what we are
what does it say about our country? They don't trust us.
Look at what Trump is saying about the country, and now look at the thinking of the UK about us. So at the same time,
the international community doesn't see us as people who actually think very well. And if we think
credibility and integrity, these are the things we are really like.
This thing is about individual, personal interest. Somebody just want to maybe, when somebody is drowning, he holds on to anything.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Just before we wrap up, to God be the glory. We can say here that the three members of CAC that were adopted at or in Kwara State. In Kwara State, well, to God be the glory, they've regained their freedom. But questions have been asked because the government just announced that these people have been released, and truly they have been released, and that's why we are happy. At least they've been released and they're able to reunite with their families. But again, people are asking questions: how were they released? Was ransom paid, or was it just there was some kind of pressure on the bandit to release them? How government has just refused to give details of how these people were released, and people are asking questions. Zeb, let me ask you.
Yes, without taking word from your mouth, few days before the release, their return, Nigerians had been told that each of them ransom of 100 million had been paid.
That was the request.
Now,
that was the ransom.
Yes. For them to emerge unharmed just a few hours after the demand was made, unharmed, the government has a lot of explaining to make. But nobody is giving any explanation. It's just that the people have been returned. And yesterday, some hours after they returned, of course, 11 people were kidnapped in Kwara yesterday night, and someone killed.
The same Kwara.
The same Kwara. So while we are celebrating that these people have been released,
that's lamentation.
That's also, which means that we are not out of the wood yet. So the question is, what is the country doing? What is the government doing to stem the tide of this? Not just when these terrorists, when they kidnap, will go and beg or will pay ransom. The government has not come out to say ransom was paid. And that is, how did they manage to secure the release? And laughably also, 50 pupils of the kidnapped
were able to escape.
Miraculously. 50 escaped.
And then children.
From the terrorists. That is the eighth wonder of the world.
Yes, they have adults there.
Yes, they escaped. So it appears that we are not getting the right explanation. Nobody is telling anybody
some of these things.
Nobody is answering anybody anything. So we are just groping in the dark, and which is unfortunate. I mean, people shouldn't be groping in the dark. The government should carry them along and be making explanations so that everybody will avoid rumors and hearsays.
Exactly.
So at the point we are in now, Nigerians don't know what is happening.
Yeah.
So that is unfortunate.
All right. I think Zeb, Chuka, just in just 2 seconds, let's just hear you on this.
I think what we have seen so far is a government that lives in denial of reality on ground. The Tinubu government is always trying to show that white is black. And when Nigerians are looking at the white, they continue to tell you that it is black. For these people who were adopted to come out without any problems means that something was given. It means somebody just did something. So these bandits are not good people. They are not Father Christmas. Who government just beg them and they say, okay, you people can go. Because the aim of abducting people is to make money. If they couldn't make the money, the next thing they would do is to waste those people. So because those people were not wasted, we can safely say that something was given to them. But nobody is telling us what was given. So
all right.
For me, it is just living in denial of the reality on ground.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I think this is where we wrap it up. And again, we must actually, commend the government for the fact that the adoptees, have regained their freedom and they've been reunited with their families, which is what we pray for every day. But I think that the government also owes a duty to Nigerians to also explain and they give information whenever things like this are, because you don't leave people, to continue to just, ask questions. But if these things are clearly explained, and then of course, Nigerians will appreciate government the more. So we hope that next time government will provide better information, as to what happened to enable us actually as Nigerian, like I said, appreciate the government the more. But again, it is also important that whatever it is government should do, they should do so to making sure that we don't continue to have this issue of kidnapping again and again and again. This is where we're ready for staying tuned and watching. My name is Joshua Bassi. Until we come next week, God bless you.
Good afternoon and welcome back. This is Business Day Television. And of course, this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, both home and abroad, be it local or global. Hence, identifying the promise and problems of several industries, how they work, and of course, highlight anything that has to do with the economic value that they possess and add it to everything that you need to know. More importantly, it affects how it affects your GDP of your country. But here in Nigeria, we say how it affects Nigeria's GDP, lives of Nigerians, and Nigerians across Africa in relations. More importantly, in relative to the rest of the world. This is Industry Focus. We bring this to you every Tuesday. All right, so let me run through all the segments that will be coming your way so you don't miss anyone at all. Number one, we will take quote of the day on branding and marketing. And two, second segment, we have a captain's opinion, where our guest, Azuka, is standing by. Yes, he's a marketing expert. And the topic we'll be looking at will be how branding and marketing powers other industries. Okay, then three, we will look at deal or no deal. We hear the federal government mention that it is setting some certain standards when it decided to launch a national campaign to promote made in Nigeria goods sometime last month in October of this year. And of course, retrospect will be coming your way, where I throw in one or two, things that would make you see that branding and marketing has been there for years. Talking about way before 1960, before we became a republic. All this coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Don't change that dial. Welcome back. This is Industry Focus. Right here, let's jump into our very first quote of the day. All right. Most definitely, if you look closely, you will see that for everything that you do, remember, it's important that you look at your branding. So our first quote of the day goes this way. It says, your brand is what people say about you. It's right there on TV. It says, your brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. At some point, we'll ask our guest what he thinks about this. But that quote was by, you can see right there, Jeff Bezos. It says, your brand is what people say about you when we are not in the room. And number two here, it says, a customer won on price will be lost on price. By Alien Deep. A customer won on price will be lost on price. Write those quotes down for all you young entrepreneurs, those of you who want to start your businesses and want to start your industries. Don't be afraid. Go with it. It might just be a breakthrough for the nation. All right, let's jump into our second segment of the day so you don't miss anything at all. Right? And here we talk to our captain of industry, which is our guest, and find out exactly what is it that makes the branding and marketing sector power other industries. Azuka Ugbo is a marketing strategist, that's him on TV right there, and a consultant with over 15 years experience developing marketing strategies for personal and corporate brands. His role involves working closely with CEOs, marketing and sales teams in increased brand awareness, boost lead generation, increase customers acquisition, and drive sales for clients. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my guest, Mr. Azuka Ugbo.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to our studio. Welcome to our studio. I must say, first and foremost, you're well dressed for the occasion. Giving them all the suit and everything, meaning to say that if for any reason anyone is watching right home and they say, let's make this happen, $1 billion on the table, can we get this industry working? You will not even flinch. You have everything on your palm to talk about.
Yeah.
Fantastic,
Absolutely.
fantastic. How's it been, though?
It's been great.
All right. Fantastic, fantastic. So they say brand and marketing is everything. So our questions came from our listeners, our viewers over time, and they wanted to know, how is it possible that someone who knows about branding and marketing and runs a company, yet the company doesn't work? All this we'll find out. But let's jump very quickly to our first question of the day. I know already you're conversant with the questions, but it will help us be able to, navigate these things. And let's focus on strategic connector as a question within those angles. So our viewers say that this. They say, from your experience, how does strategic branding and marketing act as essential connector, right? That helps non-marketing industries like agriculture, okay, and other manufacturing sectors drive. Where does branding come in and marketing? How does it help them drive?
Okay, so I think the first role that marketing has to play is understanding the customer. And the moment you understand the customer, it's easier for you to actually create marketing material or marketing content, whether it's a TV ad, a radio ad, a newspaper print ad, whatever the case, that communicates to the needs of those customers. So if you look at non-marketing industries like agriculture or manufacturing, it boils down to the mindset or the need that the customer has and how you communicate that need.
Need that customer has and how you communicate that need.
Yes.
Okay. That being said, we'll do a follow-up one. It says here, value and perception. This has always been an issue for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right? They say that perception is everything. That it is how you set how you dress, how you are dressed. But as a brand and marketing expert, the question is simple. When you look at those areas, how does it really add value, like a common challenge to sectors like the tech? Finance, you're all dressed and sharp. If this was a pitch right now, you probably would, like I say, put $1 billion on the table, you probably win it. But again, a lot of other, conversation has to come to play.
Yeah.
So a common challenge is in the sector like tech or finance, right? What are the triggers? How can you help to create a product that will be more superior than the other? And if you have such already, right, how does this come to play? Value and perception.
All right. So let me speak on perception first and foremost. Perception basically is tied to trust.
Right.
Do I perceive that this product, this person can actually help me? And when you're able to answer that, showing that your level of experience within the industry or showing what you have capacity to actually help your clients to achieve, then you have to lead with that perception and try to answer the questions in people's minds. Can this work for me? So for instance, you go to a shop and you know that you want to clean your clothes. You need to get a detergent. The perception is, what's the best one that's going to work for me for this particular situation? And if you believe in the past, or maybe you saw some communication online or on TV that says that make your whites whiter.
Make your white whiter.
Then you know that this is the product that is actually going to work. So the perception is, this has worked in the past, so definitely it should work for me. So a lot of brands and businesses need to focus on the perception that people have in their minds on how their product actually solves their problems. But if you take it to industries like tech, and which other one did you mention?
Tech, finance. It says here, yes, tech, finance. He also mentions basically those two, tech, finance, and maybe, yes, one is agriculture if you like, one of those two.
Okay, so if you look at tech and finance, it's talking about money, right? I know Nigerians, we don't really trust people with our money.
Point.
Right? So how do we level the playing field or make it easier for people to actually do business with a tech company or a finance company? We need to start with the low-hanging fruits. A lot of companies actually go out and do a bit of research and find out what is missing in the marketplace. Right? Like, take for instance, slow transactions, right? A company saw that when somebody wants to pay for goods and services and they needed to transfer the money to the vendor, they can transfer the money and then 10 minutes they're waiting, no alerts, no confirmation on the transaction. So a company pops up and says that that's a problem that we need to solve. And then they come into the market and then they basically become a unicorn. And that company, I'm talking about is, do I need to mention the name?
Well,
maybe not.
Unless they're going to pay us money.
But
Right.
that's what we're talking about.
Right.
So the fact that other people actually say, hey, use this and transfer money to me. The perception is that, okay, if this person is saying that it works for them and I can transfer and they can get it immediately, then there's something there. And quickly it spreads. So the quicker you can be able to solve problems for people, it increases the perception that this actually can work for other people like that.
Solve problems for people. I keep on telling people, anyone who wants to hear that, for you to be able to, make it in life, you must be a problem solver. Nobody wants to live with problems or challenges. So when they see a solution, they jump at it. But most business people don't see, solving a problem as the key or master key to starting a business. But for instance, I'm in the media business, right? I mean, we're talking now from TV and people are watching.
Yeah.
What problem would you say you can identify in the media space? Now, this is out of our basic questions now. What problem would you say you can identify in the media space? And I'll say, Valentine, there's a problem here. I am a problem solver as a brand and marketing expert. I want to solve this problem here. And how do you think it's possible?
Okay, so that is a very broad way to come across, to come at it from. What my suggestion would be is, before you actually set the strategy, you need to look at the people that you want to target.
Right.
And then when you find those people, you ask them what pain they're experiencing. Earlier, I quoted people complaining about slow transactions, not being able to confirm transfers to their accounts on time. That is the problem.
In the finance aspect.
Yes. So you have to start with the people, discover what the problem is that they face, and then try to bridge the gap for them. If you start any other way, it'll be chaos.
To be chaos.
So most business owners, I think what they do is they see somebody else doing a business and then they say, I want to start doing this, right? Not asking themselves, who am I doing this for? Because whether you start the business that way, you'll come to find out along the way that you're actually running the business because of people and for people. One of the things that I learned early on in life is that no matter what industry you are in, the moment you're an entrepreneur, first of all, your primary care is for your employees, and that extends to your customers.
Right.
Your customers also have an impact on the government, meaning that they'll pay taxes to the government.
Okay.
And in extension, it also impacts the community of those individuals that work around your business. And there are also another group of people that I'd like to call adjacents. They are similar to your industry. They are not competing. They are similar to what you do. They are not competing, but you can collaborate with them.
Can collaborate with them.
So you have to find different ways to actually serve these different markets.
And branding and marketing is one of the master keys.
Absolutely.
Okay, before I go ahead, you saw our quote when we started the show, right? Let's take out the quote again. Tell me what you think about those two quotes. Is this something that adds value? Do you think, Jeff, let's see, those quotes are up there again. The first quote there said, just to help, it says, your brand is what people say about you when you are not. That's it on TV. So your brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. So one of the mistakes that people make is that they think that they themselves don't have a brand, that the only brands out there are the products and the services or the big corporations that you have out there. Each person has a personal brand. There are some things that people know about you that when they think about it and say that, oh, Onyeka Valentine, oh, you remember him from school, he was like this, he was like that. Oh, have you ever watched that TV program? That is your brand. When people are talking about you. But if we also look at businesses, like the example I quoted earlier, people are spreading the information without the company even being involved.
And the company being involved.
Yes.
And marketing adds value to that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Our second quote that we put up. Let's check out the second quote again. Let's quickly just see. It says, a customer won on price will be lost on price. That's a customer won on price will be lost on price.
Yeah.
Do you see this as a major ingredient to what you just said? How does that, do you agree with that?
I agree.
The customer won on price.
Yes.
Might be lost on price.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think this quote basically came from brands or business owners not being able to communicate the perceived value of their product or service. So oftentimes when they tell their price to somebody that, okay, this is what it costs, the typical Nigerian way is to say that this is expensive. And then they now decide, I'm going to give you a discount. Further watering down the brand. And
watering down the brand.
And then when you reduce the price, just so that you remain competitive in the market, it has an adverse effect because it reduces your margins. You have less resources to be able to improve your company. And eventually it's going to hurt future customers in the process.
I never thought of it from that angle. You see why I didn't make a mistake having you on this show today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're speaking with Mr. Azuka Ugbo, and he's giving us all the details and nitty-gritties. When I put this on social media, right, okay, on Instagram, say, look out for the show, we were very particular because we know that it was going to bring forth his A game. And now you're hearing those areas, those indicators that most people had no idea of. I must say I'm having a great time here, right? You say information is key and it helps you, upgrade your skill. Let's jump straight up to our third question very quickly. It says, and this is on digital transformation now. Remember, our viewers are the ones sent this thing because they want to know. They say here, Mr. Azuka, under digital transformation, right? In today's digital economy, marketing is no longer optional. How has it become a critical tool? Rather, how is it a critical tool for traditional industries, right, who do not survive but still reinvent their customer engagement? Now, when they talk about survival, they're talking about survival on the long term, but probably don't have a marketing strategy. So in this digital transformation, how can companies survive? I'm sure this is what our viewers here want to know.
Okay, so marketing has changed tremendously over the past decade. 2 decades.
Right.
And that's because of how the internet has grown. People are able to access information as quickly as possible. So it provides an advantage for businesses who don't have the huge capital to run TV ads, billboard ads, or newspaper ads to be able to get the word out there. And the advantage that also provides is that information is able to spread. They're able to reach people beyond certain geographic areas. For instance, I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday and they were saying that there's this particular brand that doesn't have a billboard in Abuja.
Right.
So the advantage for businesses is that even if you can't run the billboard in Abuja, you can always double down on your digital reach, your capacity to be able to reach more people online, whether they are on social media, whether they're searching for solutions to their problem on Google, whatever they are, your business should be able to structure itself in such a way that wherever people are looking for information about their problems,
they come to you.
Your business is there.
Your business is there. Whenever they are looking for solutions to their problems, your business is there. All right. I must tell you, there's a lot to find out. But we must do a part 2 of this. But before we jump into any other thing, let's check out our deal or no deal segment. All right. So, in case you don't know, we're speaking with Mr. Azuka Ugbo. He is a seasoned marketing professional. And of course, when it comes to branding, he's the go-to guy at any point in time. His words and his contributions here are not in doubt. You can tell already. But let's jump to deal or no deal very quickly. In October 2025, the federal government mentioned that it is set to launch a national campaign to promote made in Nigeria goods and services under the Nigerian First policy as part of efforts to revitalize the manufacturing sector. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made this known in Lagos at the 5th Adiola Odutayo, Adiola Odutola, that's it, lecture by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, that's MAN, most definitely, and a lot came forth. So our question today on the show, Mr. Azuka, as a brand and marketing professional, do you see what the federal government is doing as a good deal moving forward? Or is this going to be a bad deal? Remember, it was launched in October. I don't know if we're starting feeling it yet, but do you see it as a good deal?
Absolute good deal.
It's a good deal.
Yes.
So I'm going to shake your hand and say it's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
All right. So those at home, it says a good deal. It's a good deal coming from a brand and marketing professional, like I said, international fellow. All right. But why is it a good deal, though?
Okay. So Nigeria for decades has relied on imports, importing products. I saw online yesterday, there's this cubed sugar brand.
Cubed sugar brand. Okay, this cubed sugar brand, I see what you did there.
This cubed sugar brand
Right.
that has existed for way before I was born.
Most definitely. Sometime in the 50s or so.
And imagine that business is doing so much even without advertising.
That's the point.
You know, and that has an adverse effect on the local manufacturers or the local producers. So this pronouncement by the government has actually a step in the right direction, being that it would aid Nigerian manufacturers and people that are actually producing Nigerian local goods to be able to start to get their brands out, their products and services out there. But in the long run, the impact will be felt in the GDP at some point when our local manufacturers are able to comfortably export most of the things that they produce as well. Because that is when Nigeria will truly thrive as an economic nation.
That is when Nigeria truly thrives as an economic nation. I must say, the way you're helping me manage time here is just state of the art. All right, so you've heard it from Mr. Azuka Ugbo, right? Before I leave the studio, let me just jump into retrospect quickly so you understand the history of brand and marketing and how much it has added value to Africa and beyond. So listen to this part. It says, brand and marketing in Africa, right, has evolved from ancient history of property making, and of course, you know, there's a differentiation there through the colonial period, focused on raw materials, extraction, right, to the modern eras where you have, you know, like you see on TV, you see things of old that follow through to the present times, marketing and every other thing. So challenges and opportunities, all that came through. But more importantly, it is how the world saw the country as it developed over time. So you see, even though at that time there were no digital plan out, they still had trust because people were marketing and then, you know, carving out what they, like you rightly said, carving out what they do, and they're known for something. All right. So for today, it's a bit different now, and everything has now gone a bit digitalized. You know, you have social media and a whole lot. So just so you know back home, bit of little history to help you know that branding and marketing has been there since the 50s or 60s, before independence. All right, Mr. Azuka, before we go, we cannot leave the studio without asking you what you're working on, the project you're working on, and how, you know, it's going to add value to our GDP and where we're heading to, coming from someone like you who's a professional.
So currently what I'm doing, well, it might be a drop in the ocean, a drop of water in the ocean. But currently what I'm working on is actually helping personal brands and corporate brands where the CEO and the founder, let Let me put it this way.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the things that I noticed is that most CEOs or founders or business owners, they have this skepticism when it comes to actually showing themselves online or putting their brands out there. But if you look at some of the industry leaders, Tony Elumelu, Dangote, you look at Elon Musk, you look at Jeff Bezos, you see that their brand is at the forefront of their business brand.
Why is that so though?
Business, people do business with people. So most times, okay, there was this company that I consulted for many years ago, a real estate company. Each time somebody made an interaction and said they wanted to buy a house, they wanted to know the CEO. They wanted to know who was behind the company. So they're able to judge for themselves, can I trust them?
Can I trust this person?
So if, for instance, a Tony Elumelu comes up and says that he wants to fly to the moon, and he wants to start a company to do that, because of the leverage that his brand has created
over time.
The
man with the red tie, they call it.
It's easier for people to say, I love your dream, I'm on board with it. Why? Because he has proved himself so many times before.
He has proved himself so many times before, just the way you're proving yourself right now. Hopefully in the near future, we'll probably be seeing you with the tie or have your own brand, such a way that, you know, when we now do retrospect, we say, oh, wait, he's a billionaire now. But at some point in time, he came on our program. You know, Mr. Azuka, I want to thank you so much for coming on the show. Hopefully we'll call you again. You will jump through and then do justice to our topic. There you have him, most definitely Mr. Azuka Ugbo. I read his profile at the beginning of the show in case you're just joining. Well, you missed a lot, but we do have him again when time comes. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully, and by the way, if I go away, well, what is your social media handle?
On Instagram, it's Hey Azuka.
Okay, Hey Azuka on all social media platforms?
Yes.
Okay, your last parting words for those who are into branding and marketing. That's your camera over there.
You're doing this for people. So at the core is understand who your audience is and try to help them to achieve the results that they want to achieve.
All right. Achieve the results you want to achieve. Thank you so much. All right, time for us to leave the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. It's still Business Day Television, and this has been Industry Focus. My name is Onyeka Valentine. Stay tuned. Coming up next, more programs for you. Bye-bye for now.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is the news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. And coming up, we have Naira strengthened to 1,441 Naira to dollar as CBN owes MPR at 27%. And NGX ends 6-day slump with 94.47 billion Naira boost. And also Ted Fund invests over 30 billion Naira in Nigerian tertiary institution securities. FCCPC caps digital lenders to 5 apps as industry faces January deadline. Thank you for joining us on the news update. I am Deborah Eze. The Naira strengthened to 1,441 Naira to a dollar on Tuesday, gaining slightly after the Central Bank of Nigeria concluded its 303rd Monetary Policy Committee meeting. The currency improved the Monday's 1,452 Naira to a dollar, according to updated CBN data. The CBN held all key policy rates, keeping the monetary policy rate at a record 27%, alongside a 45% CRR for commercial banks and a 30% liquidity ratio. The bank also adjusted the asymmetric corridor to plus 50 minus 450 basis points to tighten short-term rate control. Governor Olayemi Cardoso said the bank is maintaining a strict stance to stabilize the FX market, attract foreign inflows, and support broader economic reforms. Analysts expect the Naira to face mixed pressures ahead, with Standard Bank projecting a year-end 2025 rate of 1,458 Naira.8 to a dollar, supported by stronger reserves and investor confidence. However, they also speculate that political spending and pre-2027 election dynamics could still weigh on the currency. And moving on, bullish trading returned to the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Tuesday, ending a 6-day bearish streak that persisted through Monday. At the close of trading, the all-share index rose by 0.10% to 1,403,763.13 points, while market capitalization climbed to 91.44 trillion naira, giving investors a gain of 94.47 billion naira. The rebound followed the decision of the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee to retain the benchmark interest rate at 27%, while also leaving the cash reserve ratio at 45% for commercial banks and 60% for merchant banks, maintaining the liquidity ratio at 30% and adjusting the standing facility corridor to plus 50 minus 450 basis points around the policy rate. Market breadth turned positive, with 23 gainers against 20 losers, with the banking sector posting the strongest performance with 0.56% gain, while insurance fell by 0.84% and other sectors closed flat. Despite the market's recovery, trading activity weakened, with volume dropping 18.62% to 556.15 million shares, transaction value falling 34.04% to 18.71 billion naira, and deal count declining to 19,500. And also, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund has committed over 30 billion naira this year to boost security in Nigerian universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. Tedford Board Chairman Alhaji Aminu Masari said the funds are already improving safety for students, lecturers, and campus residents. Projects include solar street lights, perimeter fences, and other security upgrades. Masari noted the initiative aligns with the federal government's plan to create a safer learning environment. A new 50% development levy under the 2024 Nigerian tax bill will further strengthen TED Fund's capacity. Masari said a recent town hall gathered feedback from stakeholders to guide future policies and interventions. TED Fund's wider interventions include 1.6 trillion naira for infrastructure, energy, medical training, and student support. Of this, 25 billion naira is for campus security, 460 billion naira for institutional projects, 225 billion naira for student loans, and 70 billion naira for solar and gas-powered electricity. And up ahead, we have FCCPC caps digital lenders to 5 apps as industry faces January deadline. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news updates. It's still on the Nigerian scene. Nigeria's digital lending sector is set for a major shake-up as the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission moves to cap lenders at a maximum of 5 apps. The new guideline, effective January 5, 2026, aims to curb illegal practices, improve accountability, and simplify oversight of digital lenders operating multiple platforms. Some lenders currently operate 6 to 8 apps under different brands, making monitoring and enforcement difficult. The cap will signify regulation and protect consumers. Lenders registering more than 2 apps face extra fees of 500,000 naira per app. Non-compliance can lead to license revocation or app delisting by Google and Apple. Consumers may see fewer apps and temporary service disruption as lenders consolidate, but stronger data protection and transparency are expected across the digital credit market. And moving on, Ibom Air says operational and infrastructure inefficiencies are costing the airline more than 32 billion naira every year. Acting Chief Executive Officer George Uviesi raised the alarm at the FAN National Aviation Conference, said Nigerian carriers record just 5.5 to 6 flight hours daily, far below the 10-hour global benchmark. Uviesi explained that each Ibom aircraft completes about 720 fewer flights annually than the global average, translating to 3.6 billion naira in losses per aircraft. He blamed much of the shortfall on poor airport facilities, especially in Abuja, where he said outdated air traffic control systems forced planes into long holding patterns and extended tarmac delay. Aero Contractors Managing Director Captain Ado Sanusi accused the aviation agencies of contributing to rising costs through infrastructure failures, regulatory burdens, and inaccurate weather reports, calling for reforms to stabilize Nigeria's aviation sector. And away from that story, the Enterprise Development Center of Pan Atlantic University has partnered with Fast Credit Finance Company Limited to launch a single-digit loan scheme aimed at empowering micro, small, and medium enterprises as part of efforts to improve access to affordable financing for businesses. Acting Manager Director of Fast Credit, Yetunde Faulkner, says entrepreneurs would be able to access loans from 5 million naira at a 9% annual interest rate, funded through a partnership with the Bank of Industry. Faulkner added that Fast Credit has committed 2 billion naira to the scheme to help businesses scale operations and create jobs across the economy. The director of EDC, Dr. Nneka Okekaru, describing it as a timely intervention, said the initiative will address the challenges posed by a widespread double-digit lending rate and urge applicants to prepare identification records and business registration papers to qualify for the loan. And still on, Nigeria is set to boost digital healthcare using satellite-powered telemedicine with the launch of the My Smart Medic application by the Unicorn Group. Chairman Prof. Chuks Ekweme says the platform was developed to close gaps in Nigeria's healthcare system using edge computing to function even in low connectivity areas. The system can store data locally and update records once satellite or internet links are restored. The government says NIGECOMSAT will help extend internet coverage to remote communities, enabling wider access to telemedicine. The Minister of Communication, Dr. Bosun Tijani, noted that about 20 million Nigerians still lack internet access, making satellite delivery crucial. The National Data Protection Commission also pledged support for safe and trusted digital health services. Unicom plans to expand My Smart Medic to Kenya and Senegal after its rollout in Nigeria, positioning the country as a regional leader in satellite-driven telemedicine. Still to come, Senegal announces improved debt figure with rebased GDP. This and more after this commercial break.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I would say this is everything the health sector in Africa needs, because all the gaps is what we're filling using digital health and telemedicine. So this is record breaking. Like you listened, we talked about EMR. As little or as simple it may look, it's causing a lot of havoc in the health sector. So My Smart Medic is not just giving inclusion, it's carrying all sectors, the rural, the city, the doctors, everybody encompassing is carried along. So I want to say that it's the step in the right direction.
My Smart Medic is a very welcome, very innovative idea that will bridge the gap that we have between the rural dwellers and urban dwellers in terms of access to healthcare services. And the interesting thing about it is it actually gives access to very high quality healthcare services, which is rare to find in the rural areas. And you don't have to move, you're not thinking of transportation, you're not thinking of time, when will you get to the place, you know. Just within a few minutes, just at the tips of your fingers, you're able to access an expert who can give you immediate care to take care of whatever your healthcare needs are. It's an excellent idea.
I speak from the government side, which will be different from our approach everyone. What Unicorn has done, you may not know, is first operationalizing our national AI strategic policy. Because when you look at our national AI strategy, one of the thematic areas for AI adoption we're talking of is the health tech. So what Unicorn has done is now moving away from adoption of this technology in the healthcare.
head to the Africa scene where Senegal has updated its GDP calculations to give a clearer picture of the economy amid a crisis over hidden debt. The new base year change from 2014 to 2021 lifts 2021 GDP by 13.5% and lowers the debt ratio from 90.8% to 80%. The revision reflects growth in newer sectors such as digital finance, oil and gas, and cashew production. The move follows S&P Global's downgrade of Senegal's credit rating to CCC+, citing rising debts and refinancing risk. The Finance Ministry says S&P did not factor in the rebasing process. The IMF, which froze a $1.8 billion program last year over undisclosed debt, says GDP rebasing is not required for discussions on a potential new program. And the South African rand strengthened early on Wednesday, supported by muted U.S. economic data that increased expectations of a Federal Reserve rate cut in December. The currency gained 0.3% trading at 17.17 to the dollar, while the dollar slipped 0.2% against major peers. Analysts say weaker U.S. data has boosted bets on a quarter-point Fed rate cut, lifting risk-sensitivity currencies like the rand. Locally, investors are watching key data due this week: producer inflation on Thursday, followed by credit, trade, and budget figures on Friday. On the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the top 40 index rose 1.4% in early trade. South Africa's 2035 government bond also firmed, with the yield easing to 8.595%. We now head to the foreign scene where the Asian stocks rose on Wednesday, tracking Wall Street's gains after weaker U.S. economic data strengthened expectations of a Federal Reserve rate cut next month. MSCI's Asia Pacific Index climbed 1.1%, Japan's Nikkei gained 1.9%, and U.S. futures were up 0.3%. U.S. markets extended a rebound on Tuesday, with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ rising for a third straight session after soft retail sales and weaker consumer confidence boosted hopes of policy easing. Fed funds futures now price an 80% chance of a 25 basis points cut on December 10th. In currencies, sterling strengthened 0.2% to 1.3188 to a dollar ahead of the UK budget, where Finance Minister Rachel Reeves is expected to announce tax increase. European futures were also higher, with Pan-Region, DAX and FTSE futures up between 0.3% and 0.7%. Oil prices steadied, with Brent up 0.4% at $62.72 US. Prices had earlier fallen after Ukraine signaled readiness to advance a US-backed peace plan, raising speculation of potential changes to sanctions affecting Russian energy supplies. And up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. We now head to sports, where Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim delivered a blunt assessment of his team's performance following their disappointing defeat to Everton, admitting that the side fully deserved to lose the Premier League encounter. Amorim revealed that United failed to match Everton's intensity and quality, despite playing with a numerical advantage for more than 70 minutes. The club spent £250 million in the summer trying to lift a group of players that had plunged to an unthinkable 15th last season. Spanish giants Real Madrid are reportedly preparing a €100 million move for Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen if contract renewal talks with Vinicius Jr. collapses. And to end the news, former Nigerian Football Federation NFF President Amaju Pinnick has claimed the Super Eagles' failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup was due to the revised qualification format introduced by FIFA. Pinnick argued that Nigeria would have secured the 2026 World Cup spot if the 2018 qualification structure had been retained. Nigeria crashed out of the CAF playoff after a 4-3 penalty shootout defeat to the Democratic Republic of Congo in the final, despite defeating Gabon 4-0 in the semi-finals. DR Congo will now represent Africa in the Intercontinental Playoffs scheduled for March 2026, while Pinnick insisted that team's elimination was influenced by a format he believed was poor for the Super Eagles. And that's so much we have for you on News Update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.